we're going to get the presentation back up. I'm going to basically talk a little bit about the synergies between the oil and gas sector, which is where originally I'm from. I'm a petroleum engineer by background. I got my degree at Imperial College, and then I moved to Texas, in fact, to Texas A&M. So I don't know if there's any Aggie in the room, or on the contrary, any UT type here. No, I'm safe then. Oh dear. I still remember the first time I went to the stadium of Texas A&M, and my husband had this brilliant idea of wearing an orange T-shirt. So you can imagine what the welcome was for him. So I'm going to get going with the presentation, and for those of you who are not familiar with the landscape and the direction over here, and particularly at the university where I work, we've been dealing with divestment from fossil fuels. So in fact, the University of Glasgow was the very first European university to commit to divesting from fossil fuels, and that exercise was completed just this year, 2024. You might obviously wonder what that means exactly, and it is a grey area, I would say, because of course we're still carrying out research which is encouraging oil and gas companies to transition from fossil fuels. So we do work with them regularly, but we don't directly work on further oil and gas production. We also endorsed the UN SDGs back in 2017, and we were the very first university in Scotland to declare a climate emergency. Now, it's relatively easy to declare an emergency. The problem is, what do you do afterwards? How do you actually follow up to do something good and positive for this planet? We then published the Glasgow Green, which is our manifesto on how we plan to tackle climate change. And our target as an institution is to hit net zero by 2030. Very challenging, but it's very interesting from within to see how day by day you try to really reduce your emissions from your estates, from the activities you do, the travel of your students, your own business travel, and how challenging it is to reduce the emissions, but to really go to net zero. So we are looking into also some potential nature-based solutions, which is another great area. So that's the umbrella opening for the introduction to Glasgow, and you might be aware that we hosted COP26 in 2021. Amazing event. Everything got stuck in Glasgow. The traffic became horrendous. And while we were talking about net zero, there were all these fantastic helicopters arriving from all over the world, lots of emissions, 3, 4, 5 days of excitement, and then it all went away and we went back to normal routine. So that's a summary of my talk. I like to talk about geothermal and oil and gas synergies, a transition which I personally started when I was, in fact, in Texas at Texas A&M. We were already looking at transitions from the point of view of drilling, production, engineering, facilities, and that transition for me has never stopped. And today I do energy, and I think that's the only way to really see the transition moving forward, looking at the energy mix as a whole. We will then just go through a very quick introduction to Net Zero Challenge, how we are tracking progress worldwide, how we can potentially encourage the shifting of investment during the ongoing transition. And then I've just selected some priorities where I think that oil and gas practitioners, especially in drilling and completions and production, could contribute directly to increment and accelerate the transition to more geothermal. And then just some conclusions. This slide, I always like to show it because it captures the similarities between oil and gas workflows and deep geothermal workflows. The processes and the people involved and the disciplines involved are exactly the same, all the way from exploration to appraisal to development, and I should say possibly also to decommissioning, which is where geothermal should be learning from oil and gas, because geothermal is not as mature and as at scale as oil and gas to be able to say that they are facing already a decommissioning urgency, but that will come for them too. And when it comes to the commissioning for geothermal, we haven't got very clear regulation around different countries as we do in oil and gas. On the right-hand side, I've selected the classic SPE disciplines. I am aware they may have slightly changed, but just again to reiterate that potentially the alignment is still there. However, some of the thermodynamics, some of the geochemical aspects are not exactly the same. The infrastructure we are dealing with at the surface is not exactly the same. In fact, it is quite different. So it does take a bit of self-learning and realignment in order to do both or to then move to geothermal. So on to net zero, something which I'm sure you're all very aware of is the need to limit global warming. We are told by agencies out there what the curbing of CO2 should be in order to take us to a more sustainable way of life. But what has traditionally been missing is the how to get there. It's quite easy to call for a beautiful scenario. You know, in 2050, we will be suddenly living in a different world. The question is how you get there step by step, and who is going to regulate that transition? Who is going to decide, yes, you've met that milestone, no, you haven't met that milestone, and if you haven't, then you must switch to a different pathway. So that fixing what has to happen year on year or maybe every 3 years is not quite what is happening. And even the last COP28 officially tried to call on that. But again, when you come down to a country level, we haven't really got there. And you might be aware that the UK government was taken to court and lost very recently, precisely because it had launched a very sensational net zero strategy, but unfortunately somehow forgot to say to the country how to get to that net zero by 2050. So government was taken to court, had to do a little bit of homework, and it was taken to court again 22nd, 23rd of February this year, and we're waiting for the outcome of that. Incidentally, you probably know also that Scotland is aiming for net zero by 2045, 5 years earlier than the rest of the UK. Why? Because it is believed that Scotland hosts the main formations for the capture of CO2, and that's why the acceleration was suggested by the Climate Change Committee. Now, on tracking progress, so after the initial declarations of climate emergency around the world, after the first objectives to reach net zero, how have we been doing? So how do we track progress? Well, actually, we have been producing more CO2 rather than less. So the direction is not quite the right one. The little trough you see around 2020, of course, that's to do with the COVID pandemic. But then as soon as we restarted, things went the same, if not even greater in terms of CO2 emissions. In terms of production of renewable power around the world, the dots represent where we are now in 2024, and I've highlighted the yellow component, which includes geothermal, but it is not all geothermal. So you can see where we stand in geothermal vis-a-vis the rest of the landscape out there. And everything after 2024 is, of course, a prediction, but with the caveat that some renewables, such as wind, such as solar, may encounter some serious curtailment issues from 2028, if not sooner. You probably know that even here in the UK, we've got the majority of the offshore wind farms, which are probably running at 27% capacity on average, meaning that the rest of the time, the operators are actually receiving money payments in order not to produce to the grid, because the grid is saturated at certain points of the day of the year. And this is why there are some stranded offshore projects which are in principle there to be connected, but haven't got the connectivity available. And the expansion of the grid is on its own, due to costs, a major constraint. So then specifically into global geothermal power, you see that the direction has been steady but slow. And if one looks at where the IEA and other organizations tell us we should be by 2050, well, we need to change the trend. So we have to go from a linear growth to exponential growth. And particularly since 2020, the growth has slowed down even more. So the zoom in orange maroon color is showing the year-by-year breakdown all the way to 2023. One needs to remember all the time that geothermal is not there to just produce power. In fact, one of the hardest sectors to decarbonize is heating and cooling. And incidentally, cooling is something that some countries in the world will need more and more moving forward because of the climate change and the need to adapt. Our houses are not really made for cooling in some areas of the world. We've always been trying to keep the heat in rather than let it out. So cooling will require more energy, and geothermal can do heating and cooling. And that's something that sometimes is off the radar a little bit in the international statistics. So when I show you power, obviously geothermal looks like the little brother left behind. When I talk heating and cooling, that's where geothermal can make a significant difference right now without having to wait for 5 or 10 years. And this is just a little representation of the distribution of district heating and cooling networks around the world. You're probably aware that China is effectively leading. So China is the number one producer of heating and cooling from geothermal resources. And this announcement was made at the last World Geothermal Congress in Beijing in September 2023. Where we were all there completely isolated from the rest of the world. We couldn't communicate, and it was interesting to have to deal with my university telling me you can't bring your laptop, you can't bring anything that allows you to have access to the university system. And so we enjoyed very much the one-to-one communication with our colleagues, also from China, while in Beijing. It was a fantastic way to connect and to really exchange ideas and to decide how to move the collaboration forward. This is a little comparison on how much district heating is today fed by oil and gas versus how much is fed by geothermal. And you can see that geothermal is again getting in there, but of course, in comparison, it is still a little contribution. Back to power for a second, the map is showing the share of electricity production that comes from fossil fuels as of 2022. So you see the darker colors representing a greater contribution from fossil fuels. And on the right-hand side, you have a little zoom into the oil, gas, and geothermal contribution, so one by one. And you can see that, of course, gas has been increasing, oil has been slightly decreasing, and geothermal is once again in there, but still with a little role. Now, let's talk a little bit about investment and a little bit about the size of the business from an oil and gas perspective. Well, this is the status as of 2023. You see year on year how much funding in billion of US dollars has gone into upstream oil and gas and also upstream coal versus how much has gone into renewables, nuclear, and other applications. So the increase in renewables is visible with the green bars over there. But again, in comparison, if you put everything which has gone upstream and downstream into the oil and gas compared to the renewables, the picture is a little bit less rosy for renewables. This is also an investment chart by sector, zooming into the renewables component only. And I've just highlighted with a little square where geothermal is. I am pretty sure you can't see it. And that's because indeed the contribution is quite small. So you've got the scale going up to the 500 billions of dollars. But then when you come to the scale of geothermal, you are at best around 10, 12 billion dollars. So that's the investment which has historically gone into geothermal. And you have a little indication here also of the breakdown by regional locations in the world. Indonesia, US, Turkey, China, Kenya, and the rest is all squeezed at the top of the bar chart. Ooh, the sun is gone. Nice. And then this slide might be also of interest. This is the capital investment by the oil and gas majors and other selected companies, which has gone into new projects outside of direct oil and gas investment. And as of 2020, the largest single investor in renewables in absolute terms was Shell with about $2 billion, followed by Total 1.7 and Eni 1.6. But then again, you know better than I do what is the proportion with the investment that has continued in parallel to go into oil and gas projects. Another, let's say, metric which we tend to use to try and understand the size of the business in geothermal compared to oil and gas is the number of jobs created, which we know is always a bit hard to define exactly. What do you mean by a job in geothermal? Is it a direct job or an indirect job? And is it just for 1 year? Is it a long-lasting job? And most importantly today in the picture of sustainability, are these jobs local? There are some countries where a local job content has become mandatory. And we have seen also in other renewables, such as offshore wind in the UK, that the local job content was unfortunately pretty low, which means that you have equipment that comes from another country. You've got expertise that comes from another country. Are you effectively building a local supply chain? And is that local supply chain sustainable for the long term? Are you suggesting a one-off project, a one-off investment, which is coming today, but then will disappear in 20, 30 years? Or are you suggesting a longer-term activity at a given site? So anyway, you can see that the numbers are obviously pretty small in geothermal, and I've captured in the colored box the number of jobs that we had in the offshore oil and gas industry here in the UK back in 2014 at peak time. That was 464,000. Obviously, it's less than half today, but still a major employer in the UK compared to others. And by the way, the jobs chart is a global chart. So that's global jobs versus UK jobs that we had in 2014 in oil and gas. So now moving on to slightly more technical aspects. So that was just a little introduction on statistics. Now, what could be potential priorities for collaboration between the sectors? Bringing back this chart again, the collaborations are really in every single step of the workflow, but I'm just selecting some opportunities. First of all, I think a great opportunity is that of resource assessment and understanding very well how we can implement the lessons learned from oil and gas resource assessment into geothermal. And we have already done that. We produced with the United Nations Economic Commission of Europe back in 2016, we produced the very first set of dedicated specifications for the classification of geothermal energy resources. And then in October 2022, we produced an updated version for that, which has already been implemented worldwide. I was just talking to a colleague from New Zealand. New Zealand has already applied the UNFC to some 24 new prospects for geothermal energy in the country. Training on this new tool has already been ongoing for many years. The UNFC has also been legislated by the state of Queensland in Australia. And we've also had the SICA region in Central America adopting it as an entire region. We have the African Union having adopted the UNFC for everything to do with their resource assessments, from mineral to oil and gas to renewables. And so it's fantastic to see after a few years the uptake now really taking up exponentially. And we have been talking to the SPE because we are aware that the SPE has been considering developing its own tool, the equivalent of PRMS, but for geothermal. And we are encouraging SPE to work with us because maybe there's no need to reinvent the wheel when there is already an existing tool which has already existing customers out there. And for some of you who are probably also looking at CCS, resource assessment is going to become very important for carbon capture and sequestration projects too. And so learning from oil and gas, this evolution from sniffing a prospect, sniffing an opportunity to walking the opportunity to becoming a producing project, that's really relevant. Sorry. Okay, then in terms of how we do geothermal energy, there are so many different ways of doing geothermal wells, geothermal connections between the surface and the subsurface. There is no one way of doing it. But we have been pushing things towards the future all the time for many years. I mean, I remember when I was in Germany, I decided with my group to just go through patents and ideas which had been suggested since the 60s in the field of geothermal. Wow, it was amazing. And people had really been thinking unconventional all the way. And what we see offered today in terms of completions has been around in the minds of people for many, many years. And it is great to see how the challenge has been overcome and how obviously costs coming down has helped. So what you see here is some fancy designs of open doublets, closed loop doublets, and we have had a few pilots around the world, including, for example, in Germany, in the Hanover region, we had a pilot back in the 2006, 2007 years. Also, people suggested some closed-loop solutions where they aimed at enhancing the heat exchange between the rock environment and the wellbore environment by using also some fancy fluids, including mercury. Now, I probably wouldn't want to have mercury in my well, but hey, you never know, one day maybe. And some other people suggesting having a power plant downhole. And for us, coming from the oil and gas sector, we are well used to having downhole water separation, downhole pumps, downhole multi-phase meters, downhole gauges of all sorts. So that, again, that knowledge can really help the geothermal sector transition. We have also been doing work on artificial steaming of the water to make sure that we don't have the hydrostatic head of water to be lifted all the way to the surface. And so we've been looking at flushing of the water under the right pressure and temperature conditions. We have also been doing work in collaboration with OU in the States on smart cements that can actually enhance the heat transfer when you want that to happen, but inhibit the heat transfer when you want to keep the heat inside the well to bring it to the surface. And that's already taking out with some service companies already looking intensively at selling that service of smart cement design. And then, of course, we have been hearing more and more of advanced geothermal systems, such as the concept proposed by Eva, and I believe you have a presentation today about it, which itself has changed the proposition of the configuration of the underground engineering solution, all the way from the YouTube to what I like to call the fork. Okay, I'll try again. Concept which in its own has evolved over time, all the way from the conventional YouTube to what I like to call the fork, just because of the shape. And interestingly, even on this, going back to a study that we did many years ago of patents, there was already a 2010 patent that effectively already looked at extracting thermal energy from the subsurface by using closed-loop U-shaped solutions. And this patent dating back 2010 also considered the possibility of including valves in order to control the residence time of the fluid in the subsurface environment, so as to control the amount of energy coming to surface and so as to prevent the flushing of the fluid within the borehole. So it's interesting to, and you can see on the right-hand side, the same patent also offered the variation with the multi-branch. Now, obviously, if you do the searches, you will find that the patent has not been maintained. So you never know, maybe that inspired further thinking later on in the new generation. And another thing that has been also bringing together oil and gas expertise with geothermal needs is the idea of using CO2 as the circulating fluid in the underground because of its superior thermal properties and its capability of releasing the CO2 to surface. However, there are many interesting challenges as to whether this is doable or not, and where exactly the transition from gas to supercritical CO2 happens, when the CO2 might be reverting back to being a gas, compatibility of the equipment. Anyway, this hasn't quite happened as yet, and it's been around for many years, but there's been talking about potential pilot here in the UK. Another interesting area is HPHT. So the oil and gas industry has got incredible amount of experience with high pressure, but also high temperature assets, including from EOR applications where we've been injecting steam to actually make the heavy oils more mobile. So we're very comfortable playing with temperatures up to 220, 250 Celsius. But it is true that once we go above those temperatures, even oil and gas technology has issues, and specifically with electronics, but not only. If you now consider supercritical resources, where the temperature goes way above 350, more likely 400, 440, then things can become really challenging for anything, from cements to tubulars to packers. Anything will not really withstand those temperatures, and not over time. So the well that you see on the right-hand side is the IDDP2 well in Iceland. That's a picture I took the last time I was over there. That borehole is so hot that you've got to keep on circulating water through the annulus, recovering it via the tubing, in order to prevent the collapse of the borehole. But these resources potentially have an incredible amount of energy per unit of fluid that you bring back to the surface. The other talk in town, of course, is repurposing oil and gas wells, which we pioneered many years ago. And now I'm the first one to say, well, you can't repurpose everything. You need to also look at how much in the meantime some of the assets have aged, what you can really reuse, what you can't reuse, and to repurpose offshore. That's where the business opportunity is really limited. So if you recover electricity, yes, but how much electricity can you effectively recover? And who is the buyer of your electricity out there when you are potentially competing with offshore wind? So the opportunity is there when it comes to net zeroing your own continued oil and gas extraction, but still commensurate to the expectation. We also looked at potentially repurposing the Witch Farm field onshore in Dorset here. That was the largest European field for a while. And again, you then look at how that electricity production compares to running ESPs in the field, and we realized that we couldn't feed many ESPs at all with that power. So the operator said, well, we appreciate the value, but and then we started to look at whether we can potentially use the energy, on the contrary, for district heating and cooling networks. So that's when things become more interesting. But how do you balance that co-production while you're still extracting oil and gas and with a license which is potentially running out relatively soon? So how do you then decide on the new capex investment in the ongoing, mature, declining oil and gas field when you might have to stop the field rather soon? Anyway, we did an assessment also for repurposing onshore, a large, and we published this, but we need to keep in mind the difference between applying this concept onshore or offshore. And when you go to the US, when you go to Canada, there is definitely plenty of opportunities onshore. And also whether you want to do that repurposing for power, for heat, or for both combined heat and power. And then this is the last slide from me, and I don't know how I've been doing with time. I hope I'm okay. Thank you. Another important aspect is that we are seeing different evolving business models. We have just heard also here in the UK last month of an oil and gas company having handed over its oil and gas assets, in fact, tight gas assets, to a geothermal company for potential repurposing as geothermal wells. One question that came up is, what about the decommissioning liabilities? So if you are operating as oil and gas, your liabilities are pretty much regulated, and you have an obligation to decommission from the cessation of production. In fact, you're given some 7 times to then implement that decommissioning campaign. But the moment the field becomes a geothermal field, and if you haven't got a very strong licensing regulatory system in the country, you are potentially no longer obliged to decommission that very same asset. When you hand over from oil and gas company to oil and gas company, that liability is passed on. But when you transition from oil and gas to a geothermal operator, and the geothermal operator is not subject to the same liabilities as the oil and gas sector, then who is regulating that? So at the moment, in some countries, we don't have a regulating organization for things of this type. If you go to Texas, you probably are aware that at least the ownership of the heating place has started to be discussed, proposed, with many issues, in my opinion, that will lead very soon to very nice litigation cases between adjacent licenses, because you can't book static heating place. The moment you start moving the heat, it's like what the oil and gas is seeing all the time. Litigations on, that's my fluid, that's your fluid, you're stealing from my area. The same will happen with heat. But at least it's being discussed, right? And geothermal mineral rights have been legislated in several states of the US since the 70s. But in some countries, that hasn't happened at all. In this country, heat is free. Anyone can take it. The only thing is checking how you can have legal access to a piece of land, and you need to have the permits from the environmental agency to ensure that you're not triggering any environmental upset, such as to the chemistry underground and things like this. But other than that, the heat is free for anyone to take, which is good in many ways. You don't want to over-regulate, of course, but then we don't even have the regulator for the operations. So we don't have the North Sea Transition Authority equivalent, or the Net Zero Transition Authority equivalent, I should say, for geothermal. So this means, in my view, opportunities. It means that now we can actually set what we want and what needs to be regulated, what probably still needs to be kept flexible as we adapt and learn. But in some other ways, this can also be seen as a challenge, because an operator will not invest unless the operator is guaranteed that their asset belongs to them, and unless the operator is guaranteed that they have a full overview now of potential liabilities later. You can't have an operator investing now and then saying later, oh, by the way, we forgot to tell you that as of 2030, we have now introduced this new tax or this new liability. So you need to create that security of investment for a good period of time. And with this, I'm concluding, just to summarize, that basically there are plenty of synergies and plenty of opportunities to work together. And this is a collaboration which has already happened. So, I mean, I'm not trying to sell you a new model. In my view, this working together has already happened behind the scenes for a long time and needs to just continue and to grow. There is a need to really work on realistic geothermal prospects and realistic geothermal opportunities, how you transition from a heating place out there to a new wow technology that hasn't been proven, to really saying by 2030, 2040, 2050, we will have this amount of power and heat from geothermal. So we need to proceed in consistent, continuous steps forward, but without selling smoke either, because we have seen what that can do in the oil and gas as well. When you start to sell resources or contingent resources as reserves, and then you have to declassify those, we know what consequences that has. So we don't want to see the same happening in the geothermal sector. So one step at a time. When something is not ready to go, it's not ready to go. When something is R&D, let's call it R&D. When something is in production, let's start using it as an analog field. When something is a prospect, it is a prospect. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's a prospect. And this is where classification of projects can really help frame the portfolio of investment of a company and risk it. And finally, just to say that we need to consider that geothermal really ticks many points on the SDGs. It's not just emissions. It's the overall footprint. And in comparison to many renewables, geothermal has a very low land footprint. Because once you drill the boreholes, you have the wellheads, you've got relatively small power plants and equipment at the surface that is much smaller than the land footprint of solar projects or wind projects. So geothermal is great, not only in terms of CO2 equivalent, but also footprint of land and creation of jobs opportunities moving forward. Okay, I'll shut up and I'll just end with a thank you note for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. We have some time for questions.
Oops.
Harold, so Andy's asking questions. Can you introduce yourself first before you answer?
I'm Harold Bolton. In your overview, thank you very much. It's excellent to see how it's being looked at. In your overview, you didn't mention the role of hydrogen. Is there a reason for that? I have a lot to do with the Netherlands, and there is a substantial hydrogen industry development, also based on the wind, the potential of wind and the potential for storage of hydrogen. It's not mentioned in your overview.
Thank you. The reason is I haven't focused on storage. So in fact, even, and as we know, hydrogen is not a source of energy when we produce it ourselves. Hydrogen is a carrier of energy. It's a storage of energy, right? So if I had to expand on storage, I would have also included even underground thermal energy storage. I would have included other forms. I would have had to include batteries. So you probably noted that my talk didn't focus on storage. So that's a very simple reason as to why I didn't mention hydrogen. As you mentioned it, I would like to say that another synergy has already happened, geothermal with hydrogen. So New Zealand has been the first country using geothermal power to actually run electrolyzers to produce hydrogen. So we have another first in the world, so that marriage has already happened.
Well, I think
we're talking about the resources thermal classifications, and I may have missed it around the message of the speaker, but SPE's got a big classification for carbon capture and storage. Is that being linked up along with the idea of geothermal resources we're talking about?
Yeah. So SP has the SRMS for the storage, and the SRMS was developed in parallel with the UNFC specifications for injection projects. Then the UNFC came out first, and then SRMS followed, I think by 1 year or 2 years, if I remember correctly. There is a bridging document between the SPE set of specifications and the UNFC, and that's what I'm very much hoping that we can use also for geothermal, rather than redoing something completely independent. Yes, thank you. And then there was one question.
I was writing, and I am very much and my question is, the very slow ramp up in order to get where we need to be from 2025. It looks like it needs to be very, very large number of rumor that I'm interested to see the balance of what is going on between the cycle and that. Do you see a supply for two them really where oil and gas is basically drilling and keep up and start delivering that ramping up of the speed and things like that is the ramp up. You see very, very quickly all around the world. And then
Yes, and we are obviously familiar with the shortage of drilling rigs when there are peak times, and also the lack of certainty of the cost of services. And in fact, I have a separate slide on whether the geothermal sector potentially missed windows of opportunities to use the services, the rigs, the facilities of oil and gas when oil and gas wasn't terribly active. And when we did the study, we actually realized that there wasn't a correlation. So the geothermal sector potentially missed those opportunities. So those were the times when they could have asked for lower prices to use the same facilities for geothermal drilling. So that didn't happen. We missed the opportunity. And I think we missed it on several occasions, not just once. What we are seeing now is that, again, because there are so many different types of geothermal projects, it's not all the deep drilling to 5 kilometers in granite. And there is the in-between, which I think we should be starting to do ASAP, and we are not doing, the low-hanging fruit. So just nice, easy drilling to aquifers at 1,500, maximum 2,000 meters of depth. We can do that, and we can actually even simplify the completions. We are lacking standards for completions for geothermal. There is very little out there. There are a couple of documents, but we don't really have international ISO standards. We don't have the equivalent of API recommended practices for geothermal completions in nice and easy environments. We don't. So we are overdoing the completions at the moment. So we could actually bring the cost down and then do more of those tomorrow if we just got after it. On to the very, very deep wells. I guess, again, some of those are still R&D, right? So we're still really learning. And so I think that's, so I wouldn't blame just the drilling costs for the fact that those projects aren't necessarily picking up everywhere. It's just that they're still learning. Can we drill those configurations? Can we complete them without tubulars with these insulating, let's say, materials? Can we ensure sustainability of production over 20, 30 years, not 1 or 2 or 3? I think once we can prove that you can make those projects truly economic, then we will see more efforts in bringing the cost down. Your question on will there be competition? Possibly, but again, isn't there an opportunity for new drilling businesses to come up that target specifically certain geothermal drilling procedures and methods? In fact, it's a request in a way to the drilling sector to please come up with something tailored to geothermal that can help the geothermal sector offer more drilling opportunities and avoid the one-to-one head-on competition for the same equipment with the oil and gas sector. One gap we have at the moment, for example, in drilling is depth. So either we have the big, massive drilling rigs for oil and gas or for drilling in hard rocks, or we have the companies drilling to no more than 700 meters. So the gap from 500 to 1,500 to 2,000 is there. So to find the right drilling companies who are prepared to do the right price for that targeted depth in sedimentary rocks, in water, is there. And it's open to be filled. Thank you. Sorry, I digressed. I don't even know if I answered your question again. Thank you. And I think there was
one more quick one.
Yeah, Kevin's on the channel. You mentioned that wind power in Scotland was at 27%. Is that because the fields haven't been connected up to the grid, or is that because the fields are generating too much power and they're only required to go at 27% in new capacity?
It's a latter. It's a latter. So the problem is that the grid is saturated. So the connection is there. Of course, it has a cost, but the cable connection is there. But the exporting of the electricity produced offshore is only possible when the grid is available to take it in. And then the electricity coming from the offshore fields in Scotland to the Scotland connection then has to be transmitted to the south. And one of the main bottlenecks is exactly at the transition, the physical transition of electricity from the north to the south. That's where we need to beef up also the grid. And that has a cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think our next speaker is Mark Willerth, giving the Error Model Committee update. Yeah, go on. You Andy. No. You want it?
That could be part of it. Okay, let's see.
Our device is plugged in. Give me our studio.
What I was doing the setting up the AC model or the error model update. I can give you an AC update in terms of the AC signal that was going into the speaker there. The receiver for the microphones ran out of power, so it's been recharged. So we've missed that big connector.
Sorry. Right.
That might just be a setting.
New technology. Oh.
We can try to unplug and plug it back in, maybe?
Yeah. Must be seen it. Right, I think we're going to have to just go and we'll worry about it later. Right. And you need to be loud, I think.
Yeah, we're good. All right, thank you, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mark Willerth. I'm with H&P. I've been doing wellbore positioning for a while for a variety of companies, and I recently took over for Andy here as the Air Model Maintenance Subcommittee Chair. I am happy to mention that our Air Model Subcommittee meeting yesterday is one of the largest, if not the largest, in the history of the committee, and I would like to thank the Education Subcommittee for helping that by scheduling their meeting 1 hour later. So the folks who wanted the coffee, but then also wanted to go to a meeting showed up. We had 42 people who were signed in person and an additional 12 online. And we had some great discussions on the topics you see here. I'll try to run through them quick to keep us on time. The first topic is there's ongoing discussions around standardizing an error model framework for non-static surveys. So the while drilling rotation mode magnetic surveys. We are getting very close to having alignment on this. Our hope is to have a working group, again, make sure we can agree on the error sources and then leave it up to the vendors to actually qualify the level of accuracy their tools produce. This does bring questions, though, to a larger process about combining different modes of surveys in a single survey leg. So if you have continuous and static surveys, this has historically also been an issue for gyros, but we kind of punted on that by having inclination-dependent modes. We might have to tackle this in a more general way in the future. So that is going to be another topic of future work. Marianne with Equinor and Jerry with Landmark presented some additional analysis and updates related to the revision 5 misalignments and extended course length terms. There's a chance we're going to be revisiting these and refining those values to better match physical data and to better supply solutions to practical problems going forward. This may be an update to revision 5, like a 5.2 or something like that, where we tweak these. Another challenge that came up is that with the extended course length terms, it's a strict penalty, which we knew that actually helped it get adopted quickly over questions, but that makes it harder to convince the end user to adopt it and say, I'm just going to accept a strict penalty, an extra penalty just for going to Rev 5. So there's discussions around whether we might need to have an actual minimum course length where it falls out and you say, reducing my course length further doesn't actually create additional accuracy. Another thing we would like to revisit, and there was a proposal from Jerry, is about changing the minimum tortuosity assumed in that extended course length term. So currently, your error grows if you have a large, with the dog leg between two surveys, but it assumes that you have at least a 1 degree dog leg at a minimum between the surveys, so that way the error doesn't fall out of a well plan. That 1 degree might actually be large for certain, particularly vertical operations early in wells. So here's some of the analysis they had provided, some updated suggestions on how to do misalignments and XCL. I'll try to put more details in the minutes online of this for folks who want to review it later, and I'm sure we will be discussing it at the next meeting. Here's the tortuosity analysis that Jerry was doing, basically suggesting that actually perhaps 0.2 degrees is the minimum tortuosity we want to assume between two surveys. And then that minimum might actually grow as the inclination grows in the well. His proposal was to have it almost like the SAG term, it's a sign of inclination that's added to 0.2 to kind of make this smooth transition between vertical and horizontal. There'll be more details again in the minutes online. The third topic we discussed was around utility tool code usage and whether it was meaningful to have things like an extended course length in a utility tool code, such as inclination only, and also some perhaps counterintuitive behaviors when you have long course lengths with utility tool codes. Also the fact there's not necessarily good guidance on when to use them, how to use them, diagnostics to make sure you've implemented them correctly. Hans provided this lovely graphic that shows how if you decrease the number of surveys in an inclination-only survey leg, you can actually produce uncertainty envelopes that are larger than the measured depth of your hole, which, while there are some bad surveyors out there, I think it would be really, really hard to have actually drilled farther off plan than you have drilled. And so that might need to be something that we need to either provide guidance for or revisit how we want to implement it. There's also some discussion around how it is common for operators to develop empirical cone-based models. If they've studied their field, they know their inclination never goes above a certain amount, they can put a cone. This is done. It's often shared between operators, but we don't have official guidance of how you should make an error model that will produce that cone. And then how do you know when you should use which cone? And so we're going to do some additional discussions and put together guidance around making sure you do the cone correctly, and then figuring out how you should use that. I think Darren's going to talk a little more about some of those later. Our fourth topic was around depth and depth bias. So the original tool codes produced by the ISCWSA actually had depth errors with a bias component, because drill pipe stretch is generally not negative. The pipe is generally in tension. It's going to be longer than you expect, and various things like that. You have thermal expansion of the pipe. You rarely have cold contraction of the pipe. So to pretend it's a bidirectional error is strange. Removing those biases from the error model has prevented some groups from adopting them. So we might want to find a way to allow the folks who want to use the biased terms to make revision 5 versions of the models that use those biases. There's also some work that's been done by Andy and Harold Bolt around how we can have the models be a little more transparent for those who might want to do corrections to your depth. Like what we've always said we wanted to do was, if you believe the bias is there, you should correct for it and make it a bidirectional error. But then we just never took that last step of enabling the depth corrections to happen. And so they did some work comparing the depth bias terms in the error models to what depth corrections might be calculated from other methods, which do make us feel pretty good about how the bias terms were created and selected. But there is still room for improvement for someone who wants to take the extra step of having an advanced depth correction. Our last topic was a follow-on from something that came up in San Antonio around identifying when geomagnetic storms are causing surveys to fail QC, what kind of alerts should exist, what kind of levels should trigger concern. And so some folks at NOAA in Colorado in the US have analyzed how the solar weather scale, some of you may subscribe to their reports, the solar weather scale that is produced forecasting geomagnetic storms, taking those numbers and translating them into declination errors that you should expect at your magnetic latitude for your surveying. And so Manoj provided some maps here, and there's potentially going to be a service available through NOAA about not necessarily doing an IFR2 correction, but predicting how much extra uncertainty you should expect in your location based on the upcoming magnetic storms. And so there's discussion around whether they might want to have similar modifications you can make to the error models, similar to the geographic lookup tables for magnetic model error. You could have a similar type of table for solar storm error based on level. So what did we actually decide and have for actions and next steps? We're going to review Jerry's minimum tortuosity proposal. It received broad acceptance among the group. No one really disputed that the 1 degree per 100 foot as a minimum was larger than it probably should be. We are going to provide some documents around comb-based utility models. Some folks who run high frequency surveys are hopefully going to do some analysis to say, at what point does the increasing frequency, while it may better map shape of the well, at a certain point it might no longer impact the actual position measurement once, and to see what should be a minimum course length for XCL if we want to go down that route. And then we are going to be forming a number of work groups for people who want to do a deep dive on these topics, such as aligning on a non-static survey error model, reviewing the new misalignment term proposals for a update to revision 5, how to handle utility models, making diagnostics there. And then another topic that came up with the depth bias was the idea of having dynamic error model creation. So instead of saying we have 50 error models for all of the different flavors of MWD and gyro, and then we now have an additional 50 for if you want to use the depth bias, and then we're going to have an additional 50 if it's going to be on a floating rig. Maybe we can just say, here's how you construct these combinations of error models. So instead of maintaining 200 flavors, you have 6 or 7 tweaks that you flip a switch on. So with that, I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank everyone who attended and called in yesterday. And if we have time, I'll open the floor for questions.
I think we'll pass on the questions.
Perfect.
I'm sure Mark will take questions in the coffee break.
I will take questions in the coffee break.
Just to keep us moving along. Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker is Yon Bang. You want to do something?
Yeah, go back to
Which one? This?
yeah, to and then start the camera.
So,
Is it the
Yes.
power?
I think so. Yeah, it's picked up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
No mic, you just have to.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Okay. Good. Thank you.
You want to let you? I like your.
Yeah.
Okay.
As many of you know, Jon is from Trondheim, worked for Syntef and then for Gyrodata, which means he's now part of SLB, working in collision probability, survey uncertainty, our core topics really.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. I'll present this work that I've done together with my colleague, Darren Acklestad. It's called Methods for Evaluation of Wellbore Collision Probability in Critical Close Proximity Regions. Let's see. Yeah, and as you may notice, I switched from the ISCWSA template to this template. This is a paper that I presented at the IADC and SPE conference in Galveston last month. The contents are, I'll give you a little background about separation factor compared to probability. And also, I'll not define the critical region, but at least give you an idea of what we mean about it. It still remains to be defined properly. And from there, go on with the scope of the study and show a numerical example and draw some conclusions. So most of you are familiar with the separation factor. It's a very commonly used parameter for monitoring collision risk between wells. And by risk, I mean it's a measure of probability. So risk should be referred to as the probability times the consequences. So if I mention risk here, it's meant to be a probability. The separation factor is usually defined as a ratio of the distance to the uncertainty of that distance, and possibly with some small modifications. This equation here is the recommended rule from this forum. I guess you are mainly familiar with that. But there are other definitions of the SF. So there are many definitions and flavors, and some of them are almost equal, and some are not. So it's actually possible to misunderstand if you just mention separation factor and don't specify which one you mean. The use of the separation factor, it produces a number, and it's typically taken the critical value of 1, which means that if you go beyond that number, you should stop drilling, you should reconsider your plans. But apart from that, that's a more abstract number. It doesn't really relate to probability. And also, the question is a question whether such a number should mean exactly the same action when you are downhole or when you are top hole, or in what condition, under what conditions it should mean the same. The common approach to define and calculate the separation factor is to first find the point pairs between which you want the separation factor, then apply the uncertainties. That means you may miss the most crucial point pair and underestimate the risk. And it also means you're calculating along a one-dimensional line, so there are some limitations to how this will handle complex well geometries. Still, we know that collisions happen relatively infrequently, so maybe the concept of the separation factor and the critical value of 1 is unnecessarily conservative. What we mean by close proximity regions, as I said, we have no strict definition yet, but we consider it to be something like the sections of both wellbores where special actions are required to ensure safe drilling. That means that this depends on both the wellbore geometries and the uncertainties. And maybe the separation factor should be the number that could help define when you enter such a region. In those regions, you would typically need higher accuracy than at long distance between the wells. So you can get that by interpolation, and you have to do more computations. You can still do that for the separation factor, but the alternative that we have investigated is the probability, which is a more fundamental parameter than the separation factor. It has a very clear definition and interpretation, and it can also be done very flexibly with respect to probability density function, wellbore geometries, and so on. The way to calculate the probability is that you have a probability density function, PDF, represented by the E of U, if you like, and you integrate that over a certain volume that gives you the probability of being inside that volume. This involves the same parameters as the separation factor, but they are used in a totally different way, so you can't expect more than just a qualitative correspondence between them. I'll show you how the probability can be calculated if you have two wellbore points, A and B, with a distance between them. You take the uncertainty in the position uncertainty in each point, you combine them and assign them to one of the points. You take the geometries of both wells for a small segment of each well, and you assign that to the other, and that gives you the volume where that you integrate the E of U across to get the probability of being inside that volume. So that's what we call a direct hit. Another number that's very easy to calculate because it reduces to a 1D calculation instead of the original 3D is that you draw a line perpendicular to, or you set a boundary perpendicular to the line between the two wellbore points, and everything that is beyond that boundary gives you the probability of being too far displaced beyond that particular distance. That's what we call an unintentional crossing probability. And it should be clear from this figure that the unintentional crossing has a much higher probability than just hitting, because the volume for the hitting is much smaller. But the way the separation factor is defined, it relates more to the latter option, the crossing of a certain boundary and being beyond that distance. So our scope is to compare the separation factor and the direct hit probability. And we look at a few options for calculating this probability. The most accurate one is obtained if you look at high resolution data. That means that you typically must interpolate from the usual 30-meter or 10-meter intervals. And you should use all interpolated EOUs along both wells. One option that will simplify the calculation is to, instead of using all those, that was off, I guess. Is there a pointer here? Yeah. This is what you should typically use. Let the EOUs vary along both wells and use all of them at the respective locations. A simplification is to just select one EOU in each well, combine them, and use them as a constant over the whole critical region. The question is whether that will give sufficient accuracy. Another option that we've investigated is to transform the whole problem into Mahalanobis space. On the left here, we have the usual physical space where the wells are shown, and the combined EOU is typically an ellipse or an ellipsoid. The Mahalanobis transform changes this into a space where the uncertainties become spheres or circles. And everything is distorted as you do this sort of compression along the larger axis here. This means that you can calculate some properties much more easily than having to deal with the ellipticity of the uncertainty. But mathematically, these are absolutely equivalent. So, the numeric example is we have constructed a couple of synthetic wells. They are nearly perpendicular, but slightly coming towards each other, which I call antiparallel. One is slightly curved, and this antiparallel property is shown here. It means that if they are totally parallel, you will have increasing EOUs in the same direction physically in space. If they are totally antiparallel, one will have increasing EOUs and the other will have decreasing EOUs if you go in the same direction. And this, of course, makes it much more useful to look at a constant EOU, because that will not change as much as a constant here. You may choose these or these, and they are very different when you combine them. The surveys we have assumed it's a standard magnetic tool and a gyro tool. We have made some small approximations to the PDFs and neglected uncertainty correlations, and we have interpolated in both wells to about 1 meter length and position them such that the separation factor is very close to 1. And let me first show you the result of the most accurate calculation, which is interpolated data and using all the actual EOUs. And along one well, we get this probability at each 1 meter interval of hitting somewhere on the other well. And it peaks at a certain distance along the reference well. This peak is located, the peak value represents about 1 collision per 9 million. And of course, that's not interesting to look at, except from just showing the effect of various options and parameters. So let's compare this to using the representative EOUs. We choose just one in each well, and we combine them and use them as a constant over the whole region. And we select them from, this is the SF curve along the reference well, the same depth range. And the dashed line is how the separation factor behaves when we calculate with the full interpolation. If you just use surveyed intervals at 30 meters, then we have these pairs that match together and produces this behavior of the separation factor. So here is the minimum. But if you choose each of these pairs as the potential constant E of U and calculate, well, from these pairs we get values up here. From these we get very close to the most accurate result. And from this combination of E of U's we get this point. There are a few more here that are not among these combinations. So it's this seems to be well, it's not as chaotic as it seems. It can be explained when you look at the Wellbore geometries, and they're slightly anti-parallel conditions. But the variation here can easily be, say, 5% or so, or more, if you happen to pick the wrong combination for your combined and constant ellipse. Also, if you look at the position of the peak, this peak is very much at the same position, no matter how we choose the constant E of U. So that is at 6,250 meters. The minimum of the SF is at 6,295 meters, so which is actually 45 meters deeper. Also, just an effect of our particular case, but it shows that, well, the separation factor doesn't tell the whole story. So the conclusions here are that on the comparison of separation factor versus direct hit probability, we found that we need actually various scenarios for we need various approaches for the various scenarios, because this will always be a trade-off between the accuracy need and the computation time. We think that the direct hit probability is well suited for the critical close proximity regions because it has a very fundamental definition and interpretation. It gives very accurate results when you apply it to high resolution data. And it can also be done flexibly with respect to Wellbore geometry and PDF shape, and you can select any analysis interval along both wells where you want to check the probability of a collision. Separation factor is better suited for the screening at safe distance, and that we suggest that it may be very useful for defining what we mean by the critical region, where you should switch to something like this to keep the needed accuracy in the calculations. About the probability options, well, we believe that the accuracy of the results is very important, and therefore we recommend this at high resolution. We cannot say from this study that we would recommend a constant E of U, because it is very difficult to select the representative pairs of E of U's from the low resolution data. And if you have to do an interpolation, well, then you are halfway to doing the exact calculation. But of course, using the two largest E of U's, one in each well, you will always be conservative. And that may be an issue. But you will not have the full accuracy that you could have. Also, the variation in physical space compared to Mahalanobis space, we find no significant difference in computation time in our study. However, if you choose this option of using just the two largest EOUs and a constant EOU, that means that you have to do this transform just once for the whole region, and that may actually save a lot of computations instead of doing this where you have to recalculate at each new EOU. And about the future work that should result from this, at least define the transition from a safe distance to the critical region. And we suggest that we do that by at a specific value of the separation factor. Another very important thing is that the accuracy, of course, depends very much on the PDF, on the actual PDF. And since we are working at distances of 3, 4, maybe 5 sigma, it is very important that the tails are correctly described. And we know from earlier studies that, well, the Gaussian is not the full answer to this. Of course, everything is a model, but we should at least try to improve our models as far as we can. And that completes my talk. So thank you very much for listening.
Hands go up immediately. Let Angus go first. I think he got there by a head.
Hi, John. Just going back to the very early part of the presentation, you were talking about risk as opposed to probability. And one of the challenges with the probability model has always been that if I survey with a less accurate survey tool, my risk of collision appears to reduce. Because I have a bigger uncertainty and therefore my low rapidity is and so on. And we want to discourage people from using cheap tools so that they have a low risk of colliding. Is it possible that we could take this work? I really like what you've done here, with especially the scaling on the eigenvalues. That was genius. If we were to define risk as the apparent probability of colliding divided by the probability of detecting it, then would we have a useful value? Let's say we even just took a very crude value, probability of collision divided by the accuracy of the tool. Would that help to alleviate the fears that people have that if we use probability, the bigger the uncertainty, the less chance we collide?
Yeah, I haven't thought of it like that. I'm sure we can at least find ways to handle the probability numbers so that they are more meaningful than just 1 out of 9 million. And the way you suggest dividing it or normalizing it in some way, that could be a way to do it. Yes, but I would also say that well, the problem of surveying with a very inaccurate tool is that you don't really know where you're going, which should ring a bell and say that hey, you must do better than this. It's also when you have a very clear well, a good surveying tool, a very sharp peak of small ellipses, then then you have better control when you try to position the well with respect to another one. So yeah, you want to avoid them, so you can't just hit for the
circumstances where you are actually going some brave soul might say, you know what, that's still pretty reasonable. We'll run a probability model. There's only a chance of 1 in 200 we're going to collect. Let's take the risk on it. Then somebody else says, no, let's run a gyro in the well. So we run a gyro in the well, and we find, yeah, we are going to collect, and the probability's 1 in 2. And that's the kind of circumstances that we need to avoid. So if risk is defined as how blind are you drilling here, as well as what's the actual stochastic analysis of this, then that would probably be helpful.
Yeah. Okay.
We have discussion another day.
Yeah. But now I see your point, and at least if we go to probability, we must present it and make sure that it makes sense in the total picture. Although the numbers are very well defined and easy to interpret, but as you say, 1 in by 200 is different from 1 in 20.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. Very good, John. Independent. I'm a free man now. So I'm going to very nice analysis, but I'm going to debunk a little bit what's there. The number one, right? All the collisions that have been published in the history that you mentioned is the data from 2000 and 2001. Because in that collision has also SHG risk, which I'm hoping after we implement this separation factor, all this kind of stuff, preventive mitigation action, there is no HSG risk, as I know, okay, since 2003 to today. And I'm saying here HSG risk is intentionally, okay? Unless there's gross error. And I never, in the paper also we said that there is no collision because of the failure of the rule, regardless of whatever rule you have. We listed all 9 rules. Nothing happened. We have rule. There's no cost due to the full rule failure. Okay? So whatever you use, it never happened.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's an issue. And then the risk, defining the risk. My understanding risk may not be the same as yours, or not the same as yours, right? So I think we have to have a common tool or common definition when we say risk, what it is, right? That's my understanding. The risk is severity multiplied by likelihood. It's not probability. Probability is one of the factors in the likelihood.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay? So don't use that because the probability alone is not sufficient. You have to look at the likelihood. And we use a tool, we call it hazard and risk control, or time. That's the, I hope everybody using that, right? So use that, and then we talk about the risk. So in my mind, I know where we are. At the end of the day is when we do the well, before we do the well, the question we're going to ask, John, can I drill it or not? With the question, you need the answer, yes or no, binary.
Yeah.
So it's not probably this, probably that. That's the decision you have to make, right? To go ahead. And you said, do I need to stop?
Yeah. Okay.
This is the binary decision.
Yeah.
So I think all the process, whatever this numbers here and there, just put in the background, and so come up with the binary, yes or no, is the question.
Yes, but
that's my point. I want to make sure everybody's talking the same language.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm getting confused.
Yeah. So I'm talking about the process to give you enough information to make the binary decision.
But the probability alone is not enough to define the likelihood.
Okay. I was actually trying to separate out the consequences because that is not part of this study. So likelihood is a better is an overall term here, but I wanted to separate it from the consequences.
Very good.
Yeah.
I just want to when the people try to say likelihood become probability, no.
Okay, that's fine. And about the other point, yes, I see what you mean, but whether you use separation factor and have 1 as a limit, or you use probability or likelihood and have a certain number as a limit, you have to rely on those. And if you the current procedure is typically to calculate the separation factor at fairly large intervals. And what do you do then if you see that it goes down towards 1 and you don't really have the answer? Does it drop below 1, so I have to stop? Is it does it stay slightly above 1, so it's fine to drill with care? And also, how much does it matter if it dropped to 0.97? And that is something you can get if you interpolate and use a separation factor. You should also be able to get that from the probability numbers, and the probability numbers can also tell you what is the probability of colliding when I'm drilling just this section with a whole other well or just a section of the other well. And that's a better resolution than.
You have a valid question, right? And then what I'm proposing, the question you have, you should do it up front before you drill well.
This is
so
okay.
In the process, right? First of all, my experience, we use a separation factor to what I call the filtering.
Mm-hmm.
We do the filtering, right? And then we define whether HSE or non-HSE, right? So we do the initial assessment.
Yeah.
And then we do provide preventive mitigation action, so we can residual risk, right?
Mm-hmm.
If residual risk is not HSE, which means we proceed, right? Before you proceed, the next question we want to ask is that financially affordable? Okay. If financially affordable, just go ahead. If financially not affordable, and then you do something different before you drill.
Yeah.
Not after you drill, and then basically just like you driving the car, you don't know where to go, right?
Yeah.
And then you stop on the highway, somebody hit you in the back.
This is for planning, but you can also, if you deviate from the plan when you're drilling, you can recalculate.
This is very good point. I just like to put the whole workflow.
There's a big feature around this, yes.
I'm worried about the probability of missing the coffee break. The consequences of not
No, you
getting
should talk
coffee.
about likelihood.
The consequences, that's, yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
See. No.
No, there's no mic. Mic's on. We'll do that in break.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mahmoud Al-Ghizawi, Education Subcommittee Chair. I'm also one of the directors at large. I work for SLB, K&N Technology. I've been in the industry for 25 years. And I'm based in Bucharest. Our mission when it comes to the Education Subcommittee, I'd like to start with this slide just to remind everybody of our mission, which is the same as ISCWSA, but more focused on the advisory body dedicated to raising awareness of wellbore positioning, practices, and challenges within the industry through workshops, webinars, ebooks, public lectures, and other media. So this is really our focus. And what we've been working on 4 fronts at the moment. One is focused on students, how to raise awareness on wellbore positioning and our industry to students. Then the second one, how to reach out to young professionals and professionals within the industry. And the third is the education material that we provide. It could be like, we're talking about the ebooks. We have a couple of ebooks. Also, the course that we provide as an educational support. And finally, the recognitions and awards to our long-term contributors within the community. So I'll start with the student awareness and our activity when it comes to the student awareness. We've been a long-term sponsor to the robotics competition that has been driven by the DSAT technical section. We decided to move away from the competition. It's been very heavy on the students, and it did lose a lot of momentum lately. So we decided to go ahead with our and establish our own competition that is focused on directional drilling. And what we're targeting both the students and also professionals. So anybody, it's open for anybody to join. And the challenge will be like drilling a well, like a relief well, using a directional drilling simulator. It will be open for anybody. We're working on creating the web page at the moment, and we have some considerations that we have here. Angus is putting this together and is behind the competition at the moment. We have this flyer. The idea is for the students, we will offer a prize, $1,000 for the first winner. Professionals will not be eligible, but anybody wins. We'll have 3 winners from students, we'll have 3 winners professionals, and everybody will get registration to the next meeting for ISCWSA. I think the idea is to get the engagement and to raise the awareness. So we have the proposal ready. We have 2 categories, one for students, separate from the professionals. The idea to drill a relief well, an S-shape. We will start to announce about it right after this meeting, and we will have it, the kickoff for this competition. It's planned to be September 1st, and we'll leave it open for 30 days, and we'll announce the winner on October 31st. One more activity as well, for those of you who are familiar with the Petro Bowl competition, that's sort of questions that participants will answer. We want to add questions from our discipline, from Wellbore positioning, and it's open for all of us. If you have any questions, you think it's going to be simple and interesting for the participant for this Petro Bowl, please let us know. We'll have the link where you can log in and add your questions. We'll communicate it to the Petro Bowl committee to get our questions added and part of the competition, their competition. Another activity that we have on our students when it comes to the student awareness is the student chapter engagement. We know there is approximately 400 SPE student chapters out there, and we're not able to get just a list of the contacts, so we have to do the door knocking ourselves. We have to go and reach out to each individual one. So we have volunteers. Ryan, Benny, and Mohammed Shabrawi are volunteers to reach out to the SPE student chapters. Ryan already have some meetings lined up with the student chapters leaders for these universities, and I'll be meeting with them in the next 30 days. We'll talk about our course, we'll talk about our competitions, we'll let them know who we are. So these were the student awareness activities, and moving on to the professional and young professional activities. Our main activities here are the webinars that we provide, the webinars and the SPE Live. They have a slightly different format. The SPE Live, it's a shorter one, 30 minutes. It's more like 1 or 2 slides and a discussion back and forth between the moderator and the speaker. Where the webinars is more a technical presentation that is longer, where we go through the slides, a set of slide deck for for about 30 minutes, 30, maybe 60 minutes, and then Q&A. Last year we had 4, 2 webinars and 2 SPE lives. Ross Loudon, Adrian, Rose, Angus, and Jonathan Lightfoot did give those webinars and SPE live. This year we have 3 lined up, and the first one will be by hand, SPE live. He will essentially talk about our ISCWSA and what are our activities and what we do. The second one will be on May 6th, and it will be presented by Andy. Andy's been a very long time subcommittee chair of the error models, and he's going to talk about the details of the error models and essentially the understanding of the survey error models. The last one we'll have, it's going to be toward the end of August, and we have a couple of topics, so we're still waiting for a confirmation for those ones. So one of these 2 topics will be fundamentals on maps, plots, graphics, and reports, and this will be given by Bill Allen, or it will be by Steve, who will talk about the principles of Wellbore Surveying database management. So one of them will be end of this year, and the second one will be we'll move it to the next year. The other activities is a distinguished lecturer. We have Jonathan Lightfoot. He's been selected as a distinguished lecturer this year, and he already have like a very busy schedule. He's applied to Alaska, like he has already scheduled. He will give the presentation to Alaska, and probably most of you guys did seen his presentation, similar to what he presented last year, toward end of last year on the webinar. So he has going to Alaska, then China, Philippines, Cambodia, Louisiana, Pennsylvania, and this is different from the online webinars he's going to give as well. Hits and misses proposal. It's been one of the activities that we used to do is 2.5 to 3 days workshop where we have SMEs on the topics within the Wellbore positioning, giving like hits and misses workshop. And it's been a while since we organized one of those, and the plan is to go back and get this organized. We'll bring it back to life, and hopefully we get something lined up for next year. One more activity that we proposed and we're working on is we have the course, the ISCWSA course, and we are willing to sponsor whoever is interested to take this course, and they're not getting a sponsor from their company. For anybody who's interested out there, we're planning to put a scholarship out there, and we are working on the details and fine-tunings, the details where the candidate can go there, fill in the application, and we will get it, and we will have a selection committee to decide like on the scholarship that we will give. It could be one scholarship, it could be more. It depends on the submissions that we get. The whole idea is for us to reach out there, to provide it to everybody. If somebody is very interested in the course, it's not expensive. It's $1,200, but if they're not getting a sponsor from their company, if they think it's they're really motivated and they want to take it, they don't want to spend the money, and we have the right reason, we are more than willing to sponsor them to take the course. And finally, before I move away from this activity, I would ask each and every one of you to reach out to your colleague. Very easy, let them know about who we are. Whenever you get an email from our technical section or ISCWSA, please simply just forward it to at least one of your colleagues and get the word out there. So we talked about student awareness, we talked about professional and young professional awareness, how are we reaching out to both these categories. And then we talk about the educational part. The ebook, I believe most of you are familiar with our ebooks. We have 2 ebooks. We have the Introduction to Wellbore Positioning and the Well Interception. The ebook the introduction to Wellbore positioning. It's due for updates, and the plan is to get it updated and released this year. Angus is leading the effort on the ebook updates and adding a few, make it more refined and updating like more the takeaway points for each chapter. And this is due this year, Angus, right? Yeah, yeah. That's a plan to have it to have a new version. Also, we're updating the cover, and the fact of updating the cover because before we had the ebook part of the University Highlands and Islands, and right now we're hosting this ebook on our webpage, and we're moving away from the University of Highlands and Highlands. We also have a web version of the ebook where you can, it's easy, searchable. You don't need to download the PDF file. You just go to the page that you like. And also it's more dynamic. If you have any comments, you can just click on the link, write your comments, and it comes to us, and we take the comments into the update for the next release. The course, I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with the course. I'm gonna finish in a few minutes, and I'll let Robert give you an update on the course and where we stand, on the details and the participants and some more details. So the final activity that we do is recognition to our long-term contributors, and the way that we are planning to do it, we have a lot of participants. They received their awards, and many of them they still with us. The idea is to create a Hall of Fame within our webpage, where you can go there and you can see who are these people, which are their what are their contribution in which area, etc. This is something that we've been lacking, and we feel like it's overdue, and we're working on to create a webpage to get this recognition to those people. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the education subcommittee members. We had 16 members joined us yesterday. We have the names right there, and I'd like to thank each and every one of them. And before I hand over to Robert, the education subcommittee and ISCWSA, it's us. Each one of us has a role in this one, and it's all of us that we need to reach out to our colleagues, let them know what we do, and show them what we have and what we can offer. Robert, you want to give us an update on the e-course?
Do you have my slides up there?
Did you get the slides from Robert?
Oh,
maybe not.
Do you want to do it in the trailer stage? Right.
I'm Robert Wiley, for those of you who don't know. In this role, I'm the admin for the course, and we're just pulling up the slides here that I previous debate. Here we go. And I'll just click this button to see what I was going to say. Basically, this is a bit of a background for some of you who may not be aware of this. I've shown this slide several times, but basically, we took over the course several years ago now, and converted it into an EDX format for easy learning for adults. It's now got a series of video lectures, as well as readings, problems, exercises, and simulation examples. And the grading is continuous assessment rather than a final exam. The registration is through ISCWSA.net, and it runs on our own internal training server, which is associated with our tendency group. I've listed the topics on the far side there. It starts in the mapping world, it starts the surface, Earth's field, and then we go into the practicalities of drilling and measurements before we go into data management and error corrections, etc., etc., etc. Finally, finishing off with a wonderful exercise on drilling a relief well, which will be related to the drilling simulator and the exam. Oh, sorry about that. Apologise. The course tutor, of course, is Professor Angus Jameson, who most of you will be familiar with. The course is very easy to navigate, as a few people here will testify to. And one of the big things, the EDX thing, is full transcripts of all the different video sections. So instead of having to scroll along the bottom of a little slider of a video, just go click on one of the words and it takes you to that place directly. So it's a whole bunch of, it's an interactive course really, over a period of a number of weeks. So far we have now 98 people have graduated through the course over the past couple of years. And that's the list that we've had to date. And we have several graduates in the room, and would you mind standing up, please, those of you who have passed the course or certificated? I see several of you. There we go. 1, 2, here we go. 3, 4. Must be a few more than that, surely. There we go. People standing up already. Oh, great. Well, perhaps Nabil and Abhijit, could you come out here, please?
Yeah, I think it's better
Just out the front here. These are two of our more recent graduates, and maybe Mahmoud can hand out the certificates.
Nabil. Okay, thank you. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ed.
So thank you very much for the course. And Nabil and Abhijit, among others, have provided some good feedback in the course, which we take to heart in terms of how to improve it. This is our most recent graduate since the last meeting. We had cohort 6 finish in December. I think, let's see now, we've got a few international, we've got people from Australia, South America, Europe, Middle East, North America, many countries. I've lost count the number of countries now. And I think as we look down the list over here, one name that stands out to me is James Albright. Josh, are you in the room? I thought I saw Josh earlier. I think Josh and James are now the first brothers to actually graduate from the course. So we've got quite a few people from a bunch of different countries. And some of these people are not only involved in oil and gas, but they are involved in geothermal as well. So we're trying to reach out to subsurface people across the world, not just oil and gas drilling. Going forward, we're one company, well, we previously had a company overseas that commits all their people, combined MWD and directional drillers, to go through the course, or many of them. One company in North America has now committed all their senior staff to go through the program as a prerequisite for promotion. So I think that you'll be seeing, I'm sure, that them advertising that their staff are well educated in the topic. We're currently running 3 courses a year. At the moment, we have cohort 8 going, started in March, finished in June. And I think we have 24 students on that course at the moment. So we'll continue going there. One of the things we need to do at some point in time is do updates to the course. So the cost of the course includes money to go forward towards that. And that will be maybe advanced courses or updating the current course. And that's really all I have just now.
Perfect. Just one last thing, the ebooks, we talked about the introduction to wellbore positioning, the other ebook, the well interception, ranging and well interception. Benny will talk about it in details in his updates, and it's due for another update this year as well. I think that's what we have, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're running about 10 minutes late, so we'll break for coffee for 15, and then we'll pick up the 10 minutes in the second half before lunch. Okay. Thank you very much.
Make sure you got it, because I
Yeah,
wasn't so sure about the connectivity.
Come on, Benny.
So we're going to start the second session with some more geothermal discussions, but this time I think particularly related to wellbore positioning and intersection as well. Alec Vetsak from Ever couldn't be here, so Ken Miller from Erdos Miller and Ross Loudon from SLB will be presenting this one together. Ken?
Good morning. As Andy said, Alex couldn't make it. Clinton Moss was also involved in this as well, so he couldn't be here either. So Ross and I are presenting. I'm Ken Miller. I'm with Erdos Miller. We're a manufacturer of NWD systems.
And I'm Ross Loudon. I work for SLB.
Many things, right?
Yeah.
So we've heard a lot about geothermal this morning. There's been a lot of excitement about geothermal 2.0 with the different closed loop solutions. So today we're going to be talking about practical real world construction of these loops and the intersection of closed loop wells, what the future holds as well. So with that, Ross.
Yeah, thank you very much. Awesome. I love this slide. Really, really love this slide. And thanks to Alex for providing it, because it's great. It gives you the whole, hopefully the whole spectrum. Maybe people in the audience will tell me differently, but the whole spectrum of the geothermal universe, in other words, what's possible. Now, so you've got everything there from hot springs to what would be classified as traditional geothermal, drilling down into hot fractured rock, injecting water and hoping that you get hot water back out. Moving on to EGS, which is where you're trying to be a bit more advanced. It's not poke and hope so much as trying to have wells at set distances apart and then fracturing between the wells in order to get some fluid connection there. And then you kind of move on to, there's some other interesting bits and pieces here, pipe and GSHP. But where it gets kind of interesting, what we're going to be talking about today is AGS or advanced geothermal systems. So there was a pilot drilled by Ever in Canada where they did what would be considered to be the traditional YouTube type of AGS. And then we come on to what are two different types of AGS. We're drilling AGS 1.0, and 2.0 is deeper and meaner in the future. So it's a very, very brief introduction to all the different types, or some of the different types of geothermal out there. But I think fundamentally the most important thing is that every single one of these has their own issues and challenges. And the further you get to the left-hand side, as you see it, of this this picture, the more it plays into our space and into our traditional oil and gas ERD type intersecting wells, plays into that space. However, I think as Mrs. Falcone said earlier today, I think there's a big gap, and I think it's something that we should be looking at. Not every well in the world is going to be ERD type deep hot intersection wells, and yeah, I think there's some space for us to go and think about how we might do the middle ground, where things are not perhaps quite as hot or not quite as complicated. So this closed loop geothermal well, the current project is in Germany, basically connecting 12 pairs of 3,000 foot laterals. They're 4.5 kilometers deep in TVD. Just one of these, so that's all 12 wells together. So it's 2 pilot holes, 11 sidetracks. All 12 wells together will form 82 kilometers of closed lateral loop. That's for one loop. They want to drill 4 loops in this project. And the reason for this picture is that is actually longer than the entire distance of the Clyde. Just to give a bit of geographical context for you. Why would you go about closed loop? Closed loop has some significant advantages. Not everywhere in the world is super hot. In fact, most of the world is not hot at all in terms of you need to drill very deep in order to get proper heat. So 300 degrees C traditional geothermal plants just don't apply everywhere in the world. So you don't need an aquifer. It's driven by a sort of natural thermosiphon, which is very important. So there's no pumping required. This is a big deal. I don't know if any of you have seen a traditional geothermal plant or been to a traditional geothermal plant. They are seriously noisy. I'm sure there's things you could do to make them less noisy, but that also means that you can't stick them right beside a big residential area where you might want to provide power and heat. So it becomes a bit of a problem. And also the pumping required means that they're not terribly efficient. So from an energy perspective, the nice thing about closed loop is it runs itself. There's no fracking required. Everybody gets quite excited about fracking. There's no induced seismicity. You're just drilling a hole. There's no GHGs or CO2 involved. We can argue that there's a significant amount of CO2 involved in drilling the well in the first place, but once it's done, it's done. Minimal continual water use. It should be no brine production because it's closed loop. If you are having to inject water, then you don't have a closed loop system. So that kind of defies or defeats the purpose. The OPEX is about 80% less than traditional geothermal. That's quite a big deal because OPEX is something that's difficult to play with. The CAPEX is something that we in this room can help to solve that CAPEX problem and and the amount of money you need to drill these wells. There's low thermal output risk or uncertainty. You're drilling in stable rock. You've got a good idea of the thermal profile. You have a good understanding of what you're going to get out of this rock. The project cycle times are 3 to 5 years. And probably the thing that perhaps to get across is that geothermal is completely different to other renewable resources in as much as it's a base energy. So it will provide continuous power, a bit like nuclear does. And that's very important because as you might have noticed, Scotland's not always sunny. Sorry to disappoint you. But so we can't rely on solar. It's not always, despite recently, it's not always windy, so we can't always rely on wind power. Geothermal energy provides this continuous base, and that's probably, it may be more expensive to produce, but it may have a bit like hydro energy. It's expensive to produce, but it's very useful because it's a base. It can be used as a base power supply. So this is the project in Germany. These are 2 rigs. You can see the second rig behind. You're drilling 2 rigs simultaneously are drilling. You have insulated drill pipe. This is definitely the first of its kind with us trying to do this. We are the way this project is funded. There's a huge amount of interest and an awful lot of funding from the European Union and others to get this project off the ground. As I said, this is first of its kind, so there's an awful lot of lessons to be learned. And as much as we wish everything would run smoothly and beautifully and brilliantly, that's not been the case. This is a proving that the concept will work, then working on the economics of the concept in order for it to be delivered at scale around the world. So we're expecting the first entire loop to be producing power by December this year. That what you can see in the middle, I think there's a better picture later on, but what you can see in the middle is actually the power plant. So they're already building the power plant. So there's a huge amount of investment already gone in, even before the power plant was being built, before we finished the first 2 wells. So very, very big investments. So let's get on to the wellbore geometry and placement challenges. These wells are 8 kilometers long. You're trying to tie 2 wells together at 8 kilometers, 4.5 kilometers deep. They're nominally 62 meters apart in TVD. That wasn't planned. 65 meters spread out laterally. As I said, you've got 2 pilot holes, 11 sidetracks. These are not open hole sidetracks. These are cased hole sidetracks. But you're going to have to redeploy a whipstock 11 times in each well. Right? There's some big operational challenges there, but that's nothing, I think, compared to some of the surveying challenges. with these kind of depths, obviously we decided. Well, we didn't decide. Obviously, the first set of loops were going east-west, just to add a bit of extra spice to our surveying problems. We're drilling with a rotor steerable tool and a motor, so a motorized rotor steerable tool, an MWD, and some very, very big magnets, which Ken will come on to shortly. But just with surveying, there's no way we could guarantee that we were going to get these two wells to intersect, so we have to do ranging. But ranging has its limits as well, so we have to balance the number of times you need to range compared to how far apart you can get going east-west with surveying before you have to run your ranging point again to make sure that you can still find the offset well. And the other, probably the thing that confused the people, generally the DDs the most and the interception specialists the most, was you have two wells drilling simultaneously. Which one follows which one? One starts wandering off, do you let the other one wander off because the one on the left's wandering off, you let the other one on the right just drill straight, or do you follow the one on the left? It becomes really, really complicated about sort of balancing. This is quite different. So you want the wells to be reasonably, there's a reason the wells need to be reasonably close to each other in order that you don't fill up your whole drilling footprint. But also they're a thermal heat sink, right? So they need to be reasonably tight to each other so that you're not interfering with the wells on the left or the right. So there's a lot of balancing acts to be done, and there's a lot of lessons learned when we were doing this. So yeah, I think the well placement challenges are there. The directional drilling challenges were pretty significant as well. And there's some basic drilling challenges. You're trying to, I don't think there's a well in the world where you've done 11 sidetracks off one well and then drilled for 3.5 kilometers after each sidetrack. So you end up in a situation where side forces, casing wear, all of our hole cleaning, all of this stuff becomes super critical. So there's an awful lot of planning had to go into how that's actually going to be done operationally and made to work. As I say, I think this is a fantastic test bed, and it's really, really exciting that money's been got together in order to make this happen. But the challenges are big. They're not insurmountable. I don't think there's anything here that's not been, well, intersecting this depth's not been done before. But there's nothing here that's fundamentally impossible for us. We've drilled longer wells, we've drilled multilaterals before, etc., etc. But when you bring it all together, it's about optimizing all of that to drive the cost down to the point where this becomes a truly scalable solution for geothermal going forward. So some of the solutions with active magnetic ranging, so that's what we used, and Ken will come on to that in the next slide. But we're using short range, which is a near bit sub, and a long range magnet, which is much further up inside the BHA. Drilling parallel with AMR, checks along the tangent sections. Yeah, again, you've got to balance how many times you do the checks over how long it takes to do the checks, because it's a wireline based tool, and it's, with the best will in the world, you want to be minimizing the number of those wireline runs. It's kind of a unique solution in as much as we're intersecting two wells, both of which are drilled with a motorized motorized RSS, as opposed to standard motor to try and do these intercepts. We use gyro while drilling, and survey corrections and laterals to try and reduce the EOU as much as possible in order that we could minimize the number of ranging runs. I keep going on about ranging runs, but they proved to be quite important. Pump down, it was a pump down wireline conveyed AMR sensors. So we were drilling with water, which is kind of unique as well, at 8 kilometers measured depth. So there's some issues both with hole cleaning, but there's also issues with being able to pump anything down with water compared to on oil-based mud or even a synthetic mud, for instance. So there's quite a lot of work done on optimizing cone shapes for the pump down system, getting the weights right for the pump down system, and it was very successful. We managed to pump down every time, touch wood, because that was obviously quite a serious risk from the start of the project. And then there was a lot of customization of algorithms with Gunnar and procedures, learning along the way. As I said, drilling two wells simultaneously and scratching your head trying to work out which direction you want to turn in with one compared to another required an awful lot of communication and thought processes. So there was an awful lot learned there as well. I think I've talked enough. I'm going to pass it on to Ken, who's going to discuss the rotating magnet subs and how we actually did the ranging itself.
Okay, well, as Russ mentioned, we had big challenges because we're trying to keep these multiple well bores parallel over a very long course distance, and obviously with a standard NVD or gyro EOU, that's just not going to happen, right? So we use magnetic ranging to keep the wells parallel out to the intersection point, and then obviously magnetic ranging is the right technology to bring those in for the intersection. So to do magnetic ranging, active magnetic ranging, you need two things. You need a point source, you need a source of magnetism to look for, you need a sensor to be able to find that and read it out. So here are pictures of the two magnetic subs that were developed for this application, the long range and the short range. Obviously, more magnets, the more signal, the further away that you can read it, but obviously the bigger it is as well. So the short range magnetic sub was developed for near bit to be embedded directly into the rotary steerable system, so you can have a point source near the bit. The long range magnet sub is way easier to see, but it's much further back in the BHA. Helps us kind of figure out where we're going while we're in parallel, and helps us kind of hone in and get ready for the intersect towards the end there. Now, what's also needed is the wireline system, right? So we built a system that had MEMS magnetometers, accelerometers, and gyroscopes that was pumped down on the wireline. That was coupled with a high-speed modem and surface software so that we can actually read everything on the surface. And that was pumped down and used to collect all the magnetic data for the magnetic ranging shots. You can see here an example of a magnetic ranging shot. We digitized the magnetometers and all the other sensors at a high rate of speed, and then use magnetic modeling with the gunner software to be able to back out what the distance and direction of those targets are. And you can see here that data then gets visually depicted as an ellipsoid. And you can see that as sort of a quality factor towards the ideal. So the parallel drilling with AMR, this is what the BHA system looks like. So you have the magnetic sub in the upper BHA. The lower BHA has the magnetic sensors. It's a rotating magnet sub. So what we do is we pump on the upper well that causes the motor to rotate. That rotates the permanent magnets inside the rotating magnet sub, and we have an AC frequency that we can look for and process with the data. Screenshot on the right is a picture of the gunner software that contains the mathematics to back out the distance and direction of the target, as well as like a well planning software, so you can see where you're at and how these two parallel wells are talking to each other. So we actually were able to prove the wells got a bit further apart than they should have at the beginning, and we were able to, at 116 meters, I believe, take a successful magnetic ranging shot. We've done a lot of greenfield testing to show that 100 meters was a practical range for the magnetic ranging system, that we could detect a reliable SNR at that range. We proved that in testing just in a green field, and then it was proven also downhole on this well. So that was the longest distance magnetic ranging shot I believe that's ever been done. By comparison, I think most of the SAGD wells are about 10 meters, around that order of magnitude higher, right? Let's see. Okay, Ross, you want to come back up?
Sure, thank you. These are the results of the intersection. So you get the delta high side on the y-axis, and then you have the measured depth on the x-axis. And this, as you can see, we did not have much problem in terms of inclination. So this all looks very nice. This is us getting down. Well, actually, this is us. The top well was drilled first. So the top well was drilled, then dropped down, and then the bottom well was, the final part of the bottom well was drilled, and then we arranged the top well. So that's why the inclination looks quite good. And if I go on to the next slide, which is the azimuth, which is probably more interesting. Now, if you very quickly look at this, it doesn't look very good until you start to see the scale. This is the last sort of 350 meters of the well. And you're talking about a lateral separation between the two wells of 3 meters. This is bearing in mind that you're also trying to drill dead straight. Also trying to drill at continuous inclination as well. So the DDs did an astonishing job in this project, I think, and the interception specialist. To me, this is incredible. So you managed to go from a 3 meter separation, you overshot by less than half a meter, and then you managed to intersect at the end. I will show you what the intersection looked like in a minute. But the what's happening here is this is not real time. So the DDs are having to drill ahead pseudo blind with a previous set of ranging shots, drill ahead, do some ranging shots, work out what they need to do next, and drill ahead. And the final part, and the bit I think that probably caused the largest numbers of nightmares for the DDs, was that the last 10 meters is completely, but they have an idea what the RSS is doing, but they're completely blind from a ranging perspective. They just have to hope that they're completely lined up. And that's exactly what they did. I think this snake-like sort of, the snake-like trace that you see here is indicative basically of the fact that I don't think there's any practical way to do it any other. This is a combination of both the uncertainty on the ranging shots and the ability to drill ahead whilst blind before you get your next set of ranging shots. This will come on to what Ken's going to talk about next, which is how you solve some of this ambiguity and have ranging shots, not quite while you're drilling, but you have ranging shots with a tool inside the VHA, which will be a lot better. So let's move on to the next slide, which is the result. I'm just going to show you the diagram you see there. That's steam coming off the offset well. So not only did we manage to intercept the first time. We didn't need to come back and sidetrack or do anything clever. We had instantaneous hydraulic communication between the two wells, so they actually started flowing themselves. No, sorry, that's not true. We were pumping, so obviously that's why they were flowing. But you can see that's not fog. That's condensation coming off the other well, the mud pits off the other well. So we knew pretty quickly that we got success. We also knew instantly we got success because when we hit the other well and drilled into it, we a bit went to zero and we got an instantaneous little increase in measured depth because we literally hit the other well and fell inside it. So the other well was still dropping, so it was fantastic. But I don't think I can underestimate just how difficult this was for the DDs and how much coordination was required between everybody on the rig. That's from the tool pusher to the driller to the DDs to the interception specialist to the company man. This was absolutely a joint effort, and it was not easy to do. And I think perhaps that's probably the one thing that requires the biggest bit of learning out of all of this was just how much that piece of coordination, that piece of procedural adherence, the understanding of what each other's doing, I think is the one piece that came out of this that we really need to improve on. Because I mean, we had DDs being awake for 24 hours a day and all this sort of stuff. It was just crazy, trying to make sure that this actually worked because they really wanted this to work. Everybody got super excited and very, very, very happy with how it all worked out. But as I said, this was just the first intercept. We have another 11 intercepts to go going forward. So we finished the first one. We're currently drilling the second lateral loop, and we have another 11 to go. And the plan is that by the end of this year, all of them will be together. This should be flowing by itself and producing power. So, sorry, the mic keeps going on and off. But anyway, I'm going to hand over to Ken, who's going to talk to you about the next development, if you like, from a ranging perspective that's going to happen on these wells.
So as Ross covered earlier, CapEx and OpEx are really important for the construction of these geothermal wells, right? The OpEx being 80% less than traditional geothermal solutions is really important, but the CapEx side of things is still important too. And like Ross said, we can actually impact that heavily. So the magnetic ranging was absolutely instrumental for the first intersection, and we'll continue using the wireline conveyance technology to prove out this concept. But it is quite expensive, right? Because we're causing a lot of NPT for the rig to stop, both rigs to stop, two rigs to stop, and wait for the wireline to be conveyed and take a wireline shot and so on and so forth. So the next big step is actually active magnetic ranging while drilling technology. So we're getting rid of the wireline system. Over the last 12 months, we've developed a high-power computer, high-power, high-temperature computer that can be coupled down hole with the magnetic accelerometers and magnetometers to actually move all of those complicated FFT geometrical ranging calculations from the PCs on the surface into the downhole tool. And that will be coupled with the NWD and the rotary steerable system so that we can pause drilling momentarily and instantaneously take a ranging shot, right? And then pump that to surface with the high-speed pulsar technology. So that we're not waiting for any time at all. So that would be a massive reduction in the amount of time it takes to drill these wells. We're bringing that online as fast as possible. We're actually in the middle of a field test. The reason Alex is not here is because he is overseeing that field test right now at CWSA in Oklahoma. We're drilling a mini intersection, if you will, but 2 wells here, about a 2,500-foot TVD, 37 feet, 100 feet out at the intersection. And so they'll be intersecting with the active magnetic ranging while drilling technology, in the next couple of days here. And once that's proven, then we'll take that to Germany and it will replace the wireline technology as fast as possible. It's been a huge privilege for me to be part of this entire effort. It's not many chances you get in your life to do something that's never been done before in the history of the world. And also it makes combines passions of mine. I've always been passionate about drilling technology, and then green energy is obviously something I think a lot of people will share these days. You can see a picture on the right here. This is actually the active magnetic ranging while drilling technology deployed in a color, ready to go downhole at CWSA. But it was all 4 companies that contributed to this were absolutely instrumental to pulling it off, right? So obviously this is all led and funded by Ever with the rigs and the well construction and everything. I wish Alex was here to talk about it because he poured his heart into this one. And then Gunner Energy Services, Mr. Moss, him himself, his expertise, the ranging specialists he provided, as well as all the software for and expertise to perform the intercept. A big thanks to Ross and SLB for all the really powerful RSS technology, as well as NWD and the directional drillers that contributed. And then, like I said, it was a great privilege for us to be part of this. So, I think that this is really exciting to me also because I think we might be with these wells at sort of a shale moment, if you will. It was quite a while for them to figure out how to actually make shale economical and produce those wells. And then we had a huge increase in drilling activity in the States, North America, with the shale revolution. I'd like to see hundreds of rigs drilling geothermal closed loop systems like this all over the planet. So that's my dream. Thank you. Ross, will we add anything else? Or?
Nope.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ross, again, great stuff. Thanks so much. Great presentation, very interesting work. Dying to see where it goes with forward. The issues, doing 1 was a big challenge. Doing 12 out of the same surface borehole is going to bring big challenges too. Like you said, with casing wear, etc., etc., etc. And any issues you then have interfering with the existing drilled wells, of course, and the production from that. I was going to ask about is the drilling fluid you use, because you're obviously having to deal with the lost circulation and have to balance the pressures downhole with the other well and all that kind of stuff, and then deal with the hot fluids coming back up. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah. We have the joy of drilling with water, and I'm not joking, it is water, with a bit of lubricant. And that's proved to be a challenge in itself. So there's very few additives we're allowed to use to the water in order to make our lives easier. I think, the engineering, the hydraulic challenge of trying to have all these open holes and continually filling them up, and as you say, them trying to flow themselves at the same time as us trying to pump, that's a bit of a challenge. But you do have 2 separate. You have 2 motherboards, but you've got you're going to be putting whipstocks in each time for every one of those sidetracks. So there's not quite as much hydraulic interference, if you like, from the wells trying to flow themselves as you might think. They're only going to be moving it a few meters per second if they were flowing naturally.
Okay, so once you get one flowing going, right, you get one in place, you drill the next one. Are you able to close off the lower well bores?
So you would use something like a retrievable packer in order to make sure that you don't end up and by the time you get to the 11th one and you get 11 wells trying to flow and the 12th one you get 11 wells trying to flow on you. I think that would be that could start to get very exciting. But yeah, all of these things, I wish Alex was here because he would talk more about it, but these are all the lessons learned, and it's almost like you turn it into a playbook. And if I was going to say anything, these 10 wells are the absolute definition of factory drilling. There's nothing more factory drilling than this. We're not playing with geology. We're not geostaining. Absolutely everything is geometric. So it's going to be, I think, to make this go at scale is going to be a hell of a challenge, and a very, very exciting one for the industry, and one I think we need to get after, because you're going to have to start playing with automation. You're really going to have to start to automate properly. We can't. There's not enough DDs in the world to start drilling these wells at scale. The numbers of wells that you're talking about. So this whole project, you're talking hundreds and hundreds of wells. And you drill them. The well program will last a couple of years. You have 20 of those projects around the world, and that capacity doesn't really exist inside our industry at the moment.
I have a question. So geothermal projects, a lot of the problem is geothermal temperature, especially with magnetic ranging, like especially with permanent magnets. They can be easily influenced by temperature when you get up into those ranges. How do you overcome those issues with the fact that the essentially the pole strength of that magnet sub will vary over the course of the wobble?
So far we've not seen too many problems with that. But the other thing is that the temperatures that this insulated drill pipe and the temperatures are not getting anywhere. So it's about 150 degrees C or so down low, static. But we're not getting anywhere near that because of the insulated drill pipe. So we don't have that problem yet. I think the sort of ever look to the idea of going deeper and meaner, then we're going to have to look at maybe having some very specifically designed magnets in order to keep that magnetic stability at temperature. Because I think you're right, that could become a problem.
Because I know another issue, and it's not geothermal related, you see a lot in CBM, because the CBM market is extremely high volume, very, very cheap, so everything's just drum dead. And what you see with the magnet subs on those wells, they're doing intercepts also ranging from 20 meters and generally achieve adequate protection for the steer the well to do an intercept. But what you see after you run these subs, essentially to death, is you do see a degradation in the strength at the moment of the sub, and to the point that it exceeds 10%, which is, when you're talking about the tolerance of the well, is huge. So it exceeds the diameter of the target. So I think it'd be interesting as the project goes on, looking at the life cycle of the equipment and how things change, how it becomes more difficult as it goes on. Because at the moment, obviously, this is the base case, but it's going to be very exciting to see the challenges that come up as you get further into the project, such as with the pacing learning and that sort of thing.
So is that an invitation to come back?
Yes.
Awesome.
Quick one then, Mark. Yeah, quick one then, Mark.
I have a question about the data that's being generated. I think it's a really unique set of data in that you're probably doing a lot of different tool runs, and at the end, your ground crew verifying, location of your wellbore. Is any of the data potentially going to go public in the long run for potential use for evaluating different survey methods?
It's ever data, and I can't speak forever, but I would imagine if you want to encourage the use of this type of technology and this type of system going forward, then I think that supplying that information and making that information public in order for people to learn from would be in everybody's interest. But as I said, I can't speak forever. Well, I can speak forever, but as you know.
All right.
We're going to stay on Wellbore intersection because Benny's going to give us the update from that subgroup.
Cable. Stepping hazard.
I know.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. So this is different subject, but slightly similar, but it's different. Okay. So I would like to give an update on the well intercept subcommittee's work. Let me introduce you. Some of you may not know us. So it's myself and Jamie in the back. So we are the what I call it as a chair for the well intercept, and actually the well intercept group has been hibernating for a while, and then you have to wake up again because there is some requirement to update the ebook. So the focus I'll be more on the ebook update. First is revision 4. The status around 70% has been done, completed. And then we have technical writers. We're able to hire a technical writer and able to convince ISCWSA to spend some money. Okay. And then we have SME volunteers. And yesterday I'm looking for what I call that readers volunteer to read the ebook, just make sure it's have a good understanding. It's for us, the SME, to read it, everything will be right, okay? So we don't need to do some edit. So our mission is to develop a good practices, right? So this is the practices that be used and a common practice, and to allow us to what I call it, to synchronize the operation. I call it synchronize, but actually it's a good practices. Just make sure, this can be adapted as a standard, but I'm not going to say that this should be the standard. So that's the good practices, and it's very good if it can be adopted, right? So, and the latest additions, after I done the distinguished lecture for 2 years with the academia and so on, apparently they're using also the ebook as part of the curriculum. So I said, okay, so now we have to address the academia and the younger generation that's going to enter to oil and gas or geothermal as well, right? So I think that's important as well. And then these ebooks require need to be updated because the technology is developed. So we like to share that, the knowledge we have. This is not intended for the skill, okay? Just for the knowledge. So you want to need the people that have skill, you need to find these people, okay? The ebook just to help, to have a good understanding so we can talk the same language. Right? So in terms of the budgeting, I don't know whether you guys can see, there is 2 numbers. The first one is 10,000, the second one is another 6,000. So we estimate require around 16,000 to pay the technical writers, okay? So the first part is already approved. So the board is here, so I'm asking for the second part also to be initiated so we can continue working, okay? So that's why I'm going to put the request, but this is official request from us to continue. In terms of the ebook itself, I think this one is up and down, isn't it? I don't know. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. Okay. Probably it's better like this, right? So there's some changes on the ebooks that I believe we've been going to industry. Sometimes we talk about ISCWSA from ISCWSA, but in the SPE we talk from SPE Well Positioned Technical Section. So to me, myself, it doesn't make sense when I go to academia talk about ISCWSA. Basically, you have a blank. What are you talking about? But I said SPE Wellbore Technical Section. Oh, okay. So I look at in the legal stuff. This is yesterday with Ross Loudon. To look at it, that was a statement that we find, and we are also SPE Wellbore SPE members, so we're allowed to use SPE logo. So my proposal is to put me and Jamie is to put SPE logo in there. Okay. So that will be officially represent as SPE Wellbore Technical Section and as ISCWSA. Okay. And the revision in the ebook itself, I'm going to add R4. That's revision 4. Apparently, Google is very smart to reading the document. Okay, so you type in a wellbore intercept, Google will pick up the most downloaded one, right? So you show the older version. So you try to look for the new version. They give you older version.
I have a difficulty trying to understand which one is which, right? If you don't know it, you think that's the correct book. But if the ebook is at R4, and also in the file itself, I'm going to name it the same as ebook R4. So when the Google search engine pick it up, when you type it Wellbore Intercept, we're reading the file name, also reading the header, everything. Google's quite smart. You can read also the title, okay? So I was amazed to do that. That's why we have a problem when somebody download the ebook and show me a different cover. I said, oh, that's the old one. So this is a new one. So that's what I want to be clear, right? So which version are we talking about? Because we cannot take the obsolete document from the Google. Even though you remove it from the site, right? Which I try, somehow somebody downloaded somewhere, okay? And it will appear again. Unless you hire a detective, you know, to go inside to remove it. So that's why I think it's very important to tag it correctly, okay? So yesterday we have the work groups. I'm asking for the volunteer to review the documents. I have to say thank you for Patrick's, or is this here, and Ken, so the volunteers, and then Mark Fraser to do the volunteer to read the document once we have the preliminary draft or draft of the draft, something like that, before we release it. Because the experience that we have is when we release version 1, version 2, version 3, mostly the SME read it. So when we release it, we have a bunch of feedback asking, hey, sometimes I don't understand this. What are you talking about, you know? So this time, I think we're going to spend time to read that document, get a volunteer to read it, provide the feedback, and we bounce around. And the other thing, the good thing as well, we have the technical writers that are not familiar with the terminology, okay? So there's a lot of discussion when I write something, of course with Indonesian English, okay? I send it to the guy. Guy come back, or Jamie write it with Australian English, you know? We combine with Indonesian English, you can imagine, right? The intensity of the English language. We wrote, send the technical writer understand, and then fix it, okay? So that's, so we want to use what I call it simple English. So we don't use the terminology to me is complicated, like, you know, example is flammable and inflammable, okay? To me it's too complicated. We said, you know, if you get easy to catch fire, just call it can catch fire, something like that, okay? Just simple one. Just tell it what it is. So we know the contact and so on. And in terms of the, okay, before I continue the next one, I mean, if you guys willing to read this document, just send me email, okay? I'll keep you in the list by the time when we have ready, and I will let you guys read it first, okay? It doesn't take long, okay, to read it, okay? Just read it, whether it makes sense or not. Don't worry about the English, because if I send the document, I can have, you know, 200 people, I will get 100 people English correction, okay, in my document. Okay, because everybody have different style. So I have to thank as well to the fourth revision team. I make a call 2 times, and these are the people that reply and working on the document right now actively. Some of the groups are working individually. Some of the groups are collaborating, depend on what subjects we're talking about, okay? And then in the name of the person will not tie to the company in this ebook, okay? We give the credit as a person. And then the company, we also give the credit as the company, okay? So the reason I take that approach, because I try to update, the people are moving quite a lot, right? Quite fluid. And sometimes I don't know which company this guy working for anymore, okay? So the company logo still stay there. The company that involved with revision 1, we keep that. We're not going to remove. Version 2, cannot going to remove. 3, not going to remove, okay? So that way, I think we should give the credit to where the credit is due, right? There's many companies also contributing to the documents as a company, trade secrets in the document, okay? And if you read it today on the ebook, there is overlapping terminology like relief well, interception well, okay? Subject well, target well. Sometimes it could be confusing if you don't know the context. So what we're trying to do, what we want to achieve right now with the budget we have, there is no way we're going to start from the beginning of the book, synchronize everything, okay? So what we're going to do, what we edit, and we synchronize that section only, okay? And then at the beginning, we're going to explain. You have a mixed terminology, but that, we just have to live with it, because the original of this ebook, there are many, what I call it, confidential or company secrets that they use to execute really well. Okay. So I like to keep it that way. There's some, so the user knows, and also from me, I know where it's coming from, and the picture we try to maintain the same as what we got it when it's released, if there is not confusion. Okay. So let's look at what we've been working on. First of all, we compiled why I call it revision 3 or version 3 feedbacks. We get a lot of feedbacks. That's good. And what we find out is some of the diagram, if the diagram is fuzzy, it's not a good quality, the reader will tend to skip. They will not read the text, okay? We'll skip it, and then we got a question coming back, okay? So that's what I think we want to eliminate here, is we want to have a good graphic that can speak by itself, and then if you need more, you can read the explanation, okay? And then another chapters that we asked before is the feedback to have the surface intervention, because in the really well operation, there's two operations that has to happen at the same time: surface intervention and the really well intervention. There's two different teams working simultaneously. So you want to highlight what this team's doing, and also highlight what the well intersection team doing. There's two happen that need to be happen at the same time. Okay, that's where the good practice is coming from. It's not only based on one, like surface intervention, right? Do nothing on the well interception, or do the well interception without doing anything on the surface intervention. There's two activities that need to happen at the same time. Okay. And then the acoustics, there's a new development in the acoustics. I just want to highlight here the acoustic tools, the acoustic ranging that myself was developed a couple of years back using the commercial tool, using the available acoustic ranging commercial tool in the market. Okay. So what I found out, there is many acoustic tool that's similar that could be used also in the ranging, because in terms of what we need to do is just the processing. Okay. If you get the tools that can provide similar data, right? And you have the exchange format, follow the SEC-Y format, and everybody should be able to read. Okay, so that's what we're going that way. So it's not only relying on one supplier; you could have 2 or 3 suppliers. Okay, so again, our purpose here is to help the industry to share the knowledge, right? And we are neutral. Okay, as an organization, we should be neutral. As a person right now, I am neutral also, okay? So that's, I think, we should keep in mind. We should be neutral. And then passive magnetic ranging, there's a lot of developments here on the PMR. So we're going to include, there is a new technique, what we call a 3D distribution or whatever, right? And then the AMR actually is, what is it? That, I have to ask Alex to, you guys, the SLB and Gunner teams, on especially I'm interested on the technology of the while drilling active magnetic ranging, right? That's, but again, if we cannot incorporate in this ebook, maybe go the next revision, okay? So depend on the release from the EVOR, okay? We already put the request there. And then multiple ranging technology. What are the things that you need, right, to do the interceptions? And in my experience, using multiple technology, 1 or 2 technologies is always better than relying on one, right? Today we have almost how many? You get active magnetic, passive magnetic, right? You get active acoustic, active resistivity, at least 4 or 5 technique. So use it. If you can use it, help you to reduce the drilling risk. Once in the drilling risk, you can reduce the time or to optimize the operation. Why not? Use it. And then we update the ranging summary tables. If you look at on the tables, the different in the ranging technologies, So we add active resistivity ranging. So we have 4 columns. Before we have 3, we have 4 now, okay? So that's update that. I call that 95%. I just need to get SLB green light with the update. It's okay. And then I'm going to change to 100%. Okay, and then we lock it up. Okay. And then ranging conveyance is not purely on the pipe, so we can do also on the coil tubing, for example, right? And wireline cables, just give some idea for the user, the reader of the ebook to understand what are the cable requirements. I always have the question, is it 1 conductor or 2 conductor or 7 conductor? What is the length? What is the size? So we just give some guideline so we can have answer to that question. Okay. And coil tubing, what size? Is the coil tubing with cable or no cable? Well, of course, we need cable in the coil tubing. So that's this kind of thing, right? We will detail it out. What are these technology in there? Okay. Currently, it's going 60%, but I still have to get a lot of data to put it together. And the addition. Yes. Oh yeah, 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. So we get how to organize the workflow. So I'm adding the digitalization. So if that digitalization will help you to improve the performance of the job, why not? Okay. In my experience, I get a lot of confusion when you start talking, sharing the file, sharing the plan, and then the expand to the AGS, to advanced geothermal system. That's currently still in the 30%, so we're going to make that happen. There's quite a lot of additions here that we need. And the next ones I want to show you. Well, this one, the example of the diagram that we have in the ebook, right? It's not really eye-catching, okay? So we have a lot of question on that. I said, okay, I changed that. So probably now it's at least something, right? I can see what it's talking about, okay? I can tell you, this graphic, we spend a lot of time and money, but the money is from the volunteers, okay? To improve the graphic, okay? I don't have the budget to pay the graphic person to do that. So we just, myself and Ben, start figuring out, get some feedback, make it nice looking. And the next one, as I said before, a surface intervention. So this is 100% done. So that we use deep water horizon at the beginning, just to remind everybody what they need to, how they deal with it. But of course, this is just for surface interpretation, and there are many examples from land on the equipment they use and so on. Okay. Okay, that's it. It's less than 5 minutes. Okay. They're not allowed to ask questions. No? Okay, you have to ask questions outside.
Benny will talk to you in lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks, Benny. Is Stephen Pink here? Ah, good. Sorry, I'm sure I downloaded it. I don't see it now. I think the mic's working. Oh, okay.
I don't think I'll need a mic. Most people will get hearing damage if I do. Good morning. Okay, this is going to be slightly less academic than a lot of the extremely technical presentations we've had this morning. But I'm hoping it'll give you an idea of the topic and the impact that potentially telemetry could have in the long term on wellbore surveying and wellbore placement. And this is a little bit, the presentation is a little bit more focused on wellbore placement than purely the surveying and wellbore positioning. So Wired drill pipe as a technology has been out there for 11, 12 years, and the adoption is growing. But not everybody knows exactly what it is. So today, the majority of surveying operations is done via mud pulse. Now that mud pulse has a number of limitations. That could be latency. It could be the total available bandwidth. So on a good day, somewhere between 2 and 24 bits per second for mud pulse. But we need nice clean pumps. We need good fluids, all of those things that could impact that signal. Wired drill pipe as a technology is flow independent, high carrying bandwidth, 57,600 bits per second, so approximately 2,000 times the capacity. And it is customer independent, all of those things, but that telemetry is there whether you're on bottom, off bottom, tripping, etc. So there's huge advantages, but it also gives us the ability to do a number of other clever things with it. The technology is made up of double-shouldered tubulars with a magnetic induction coil and a coaxial cable installed in that pipe. A lot of people talk about robustness, reliability. Treat this like normal drill pipe, follow good practices, and the pipe is reliable. Testament to that is over the last number of years, 84% network uptime over 2.73 million feet of hole drilled. But is it just the pipe that becomes part of the well placement story? No. The wired pipe is part of an overall topology network that forms effectively a well delivery solution. So we have surface equipment for picking that signal up. That's the network controller and the wired swivel. That gives us the ability to extract that data. We have a device that we call data while tripping, which enables us to extract that signal whilst on elevators, tripping in and out of hole. That gives us the ability to evaluate pressure, program tools, acquire survey data whilst on elevators. In addition, everything that goes in the hole has to be wired. So that's downhole tools, that's reamers, anything that goes in the hole has to be wired. But because it's a coaxial network, as you move from point of origin to point of receipt, the signal degrades over distance. So we have what we call boosters. Those boosters can be smart or dumb. The dumb ones function is purely for network and signal management. The smart ones, now they contain accelerometers, magnetometers, gyros, and pressure sensors. Now today, they are for pressure evaluation and drilling dynamics. In the future, could they be used for other things in respect of wellbore positioning? The potential it does exist. And then all of that data then has to be visualized. We're generating enormous volumes of data, and it's not simple to process that data in your head or by looking at simple set of squiggly lines. Did that for 15 years. Could I do it with the volume of data that we're creating today? No. So we've come up with some unique visualizations that use things like color density to illustrate changes in pressure in the annulus. One of the really important parts is the architecture and the interface is open. All of the service companies today have access to the network. They're able to stream that data through proprietary interfaces that they develop to leverage the network and take all of the LWD, all of the surveying data, and feed it onto the network at the same time. So what does the overall network deliver from a value perspective? Because there's got to be a return on investment, and I'll talk a little bit more on that question, but that falls into telemetry value, so much higher rates of update, continuous availability, instant communication with downhole equipment, and the availability to do some really smart things with that connectivity. distributed measurements. Now we can see the entire pressure profile of the annulus during challenging operations. Have we got shale instability? Are we trying to do things that are potentially compromising? Well control events. We now have visibility during a shut-in. Time savings. We've got distributed drilling dynamics. We're able to give our customers or enable operators to have continuous visibility of the dynamic state of their drill string. That could be better for preserving survey equipment, LWD equipment, on-bottom performance. It's all about delivering a business result. Wellbore stability. Visibility of the stability of our wellbore means successfully getting that well to TD and also getting our casing in the hole. And it's also the ability to potentially help. What we've all been talking about today is both geometric and geological well placement of that well. So one of the ones we always get hit with is, oh, how much does it cost? And I want people to realize it's not about cost, it's about cost versus return on investment. Wide pipe does have an inherent cost. It's a more complex piece of equipment, but your return on investment, more often than not, far outstrips that associated cost. So it does take time to sometimes achieve maximum performance. As we adopt new technology, there is a period of adoption and adapting to that technology. I guarantee you it requires a complete change in thinking and mindset. We are no longer making decisions based on experience. We're now basing decisions on data. The performance improvements can be very significant. But smart people using that data and making decisions is absolutely paramount, and competency is paramount. So the graphs are an illustration from a project in the UK sector. The red bars represent the initial phase one of a campaign using mud pulse, and the blue graphs represent the performance after delivery of wire pipe to the particular project. And what you're seeing is total section length actually increased. ROPs went up in some cases by more than 100%. So in the 12.25 section, we saw 112% improvement in on-bottom ROPs. And total section exposure time was significantly reduced. So potential for hole instability, all of those things were reduced by reducing the total exposure time. The other big part of the story is the wide pipe becomes an enabling technology for the introduction of new measurements. So in this case, what we have are the downhole tools and an interface. What this does is it enables us to open up what we can do downhole from a advanced RSS and LWD tool platforms, the introduction of multi-mode tool and BHA drilling dynamics. So we're not only measuring BHA, we're measuring distributed dynamics, looking at the interrelationships between the dynamics of those two parts. Great examples exist out there of beautifully stabilized BHAs and drill strings that are whirling behind and undergo catastrophic failure. It enables us, with the introduction of new interfaces, to be able to perform things like downhole tool aggregation. The newer technologies, in the introduction of those newer technologies, are more compatible with digital platforms, digital well planning, well construction, integration, AI. All of these things require good data. My co-authors from SLB, during several major projects recently, have introduced a ultra high speed interface. And this has been instrumental in delivering a number of performance improvements that we'll talk about, particularly in relation to gyro while drilling during a campaign in Norway. The new ultra-high-speed interface enables new tool architectures, enables much more efficient communication. The introduction of ultra-high definition downhole LWD acquisition, more tool power efficiency, the ability to use rechargeable lithium to extend section lengths without having to trip. And long-term wise, the presence of that high-speed interface is an enabling technology for autonomous directional drilling. To one of Ross's comments, in the long term, to be able to do some of these factory drilling and to be able to perform some of these very complex well trajectories in a factory drilling environment will require autonomous control because of the availability of DDs, equipment, etc. So these kind of technologies are enabling some of this. So to a recent campaign in the Norwegian sector, traditionally gyro well drilling operations have had an operational impact from a time perspective. So a traditional gyro well drilling survey would require downlink to swap the tool from wired pipe or to perform it on mud poles, cycle the pumps to switch the gyro tool on, perform your pumps off survey, pumps back on to get that data, perform your QC. If you have an issue, you have to retake the shot. Downlink, in the case on a wired pipe job, back to wired pipe, and then drill ahead. Total survey time is anything up to 14 minutes if you get it on the first shot. With the introduction of a new firmware for one of the majors operating in the Norwegian sector, what we were able to do in partnership with the one team approach was deliver gyro well drilling surveys in less than 3 minutes, and the entire survey process was performed during pumps off. So that was effectively became invisible and functionally zero time to wait. So that's a huge efficiency gain. That opens up the opportunity for gyro well drilling to become more widely adopted because it no longer has an operational cost from a time perspective. So that now has, I'll talk to a little bit later, potential opportunities in overall wellbore positioning. Now, we've got good survey data, we're gathering lots of other data, but we also need to steer that well as efficiently and effectively as possible. The best survey in the data, best survey data in the world with a poor trajectory that we can deliver is still a poor trajectory. So one of the neat advantages that comes with moving from mud pulse to a high-speed telemetry method is the ability to downlink instantaneously. Traditionally, depending on the service provider, a downlink could require a flow or RPM change, or it could involve a significant pressure variation using a surface skid. All of those have a cost. So using a skid, you create pressure pulses. Those pressure pulses create cyclical loading on your formations. There are long-term impacts. Flow, RPM variations, they change the dynamic state of the drill string. All of those things have a long-term impact. By using a high-speed wired telemetry, almost all of those are just eradicated. You reduce your ILT, you reduce pressure changes, dynamic changes, but you're now able to downlink whenever you need, as often as you need, also without impacting your other data. So you can downlink whilst you're getting a survey without any disruption to your telemetry. You're not losing LWD data if you need to downlink 13 times during a stand. And so typically across projects worldwide, we've seen downlink frequency on wired pipe compared to mud pulse. You might see 3, 6 downlinks during a conventional stand on mud pulse. Typically on wide pipe, anywhere between 30 to 60, depending how tight the tolerances are for the drilling. So we now have a mechanism by which we can drill the smoothest, tightest trajectory that we can. So that opens up opportunities on how we can do our trajectory management more effectively. And now to kind of the crux of it is it's all about placement, not just positioning. We position a well geometrically, but we place a well from a geological and reservoir perspective. Normally, mud pulse we will have to make certain compromises on, say, directional data or LWD data to achieve one or other of our targets. So is absolute precision in our wellbore required, and can we make a sacrifice on drilling dynamics or other information? So we do. It's a balancing game between our RSS data, our directional data, updates on each of these, and we have to make compromises. The beauty of the high-speed telemetry delivered by wired pipe is that we're able to effectively remove those constraints and fundamentally can deliver almost the perfect well. So this is a case study from the Norwegian sector. We were able to achieve well placement plus or minus 3 to 5 meters TBD below the roof, maintaining that position relative to the hydrocarbon contact and the roof of the reservoir. Whilst doing that, we were continually monitoring shale stability behind, which had typically been a major problem with borehole collapse behind. The distributed pressure measurements were enabling the operator to understand the changes in integrity behind them, take mitigative actions, and still drill the well to TD. One of the key things in facilitating that was the ability to optimize the UDR inversion. So for anybody in here who doesn't know UDR, that's ultra deep resistivity. Gives us the ability to potentially image out all the way up to hundreds of feet into the formation and image the fluid and formation boundaries. Now that requires a significant amount of statistical processing at surface, and anything that involves statistical processing, the greater the volume of the data, the lower the statistical errors. So by using wired pipe and being able to acquire a greater variety of curves, the accuracy of the inversion created was significantly better, and the total uncertainty was reduced, and therefore well placement was achieved in a degree of accuracy that was not traditionally possible. But we also didn't have to compromise on ROP. So rigs running this technology have typically seen elevated ROPs because it's actually the physics that's limiting you, not the telemetry. To the closed loop automation. A lot of the closed loop automation logics looking forward, some of them are in place, some of them are working today, but a lot of them again are built on complex computational models, and that the greater the volume of the data created, the more accurate and the greater the potential of these. And looking to the future, the technology has huge value in its ability to enable these kind of technologies. And to the Everloop idea, this could be instrumental, and people will go, what are the temperature limitations? Well, today we're at 150 degrees C, but with introductions of things like ultra low thermal coefficient coatings, we're now able to keep well bores way, way cooler and deliver performance in much hotter environments. So I'm opening the door to get slaughtered in this particularly smart group of people. So I was reading some, I did a bit of background reading, And one of the things that really, I think from a wellbore positioning that isn't enabled on this technology is the ability to acquire high quality continuous surveying. And I saw some of the material talking about what we need to do to qualify and the frameworks behind high quality continuous surveying with rotation. But one of the things that was highlighted in Jerry Codling's paper was the impact on TVD's uncertainty by shortening the distance between surveying station. So from a geosteering perspective, that could be massive for a wellbore placement perspective. So improvements in TVD uncertainty, improvements in overall position uncertainty, ability to provide from a better understanding of the cumulative tortuosity, improvements in torque and drag monitoring, real-time 3D tortuosity monitoring, the ability to understand where that tortuosity is, it left, right, up, down, how does that impact the stability and the performance. The introduction of ruggedized solid-state gyros, those have been made so much more robust. They're much more tolerant. The ability to reduce the potential NPT associated with that. By introducing and being able to run those efficiently with minimum cost from an operational perspective, the potential to shrink the uncertainty of top holes and thereby reduce overall wellhead congestion, improvements that then has a roll-on effect in overall geometric well placement and improvements in the long term from autonomous well placement concerns. So in conclusion, what drill pipe delivers a holistic improvement of well construction. It is not faster data or high ROP, but much more, improving the interaction, the operation of redesigned downhole tools and impacting production through superior well placement geologically and geometrically. And I'll just close with recently there was an SPE paper published by Saudi Aramco that illustrated the long-term impact of this technology. Traditionally, they'd had problems with partial exits of a reservoir. By implementing this technology on a technology trial, they were able to deliver a 30% improvement in net to gross while drilling their reservoir. And the numbers associated with that from a return on investment just eclipsed any cost perception. Any questions?
I have more a question on the reliability of the downhole tools.
Yep.
Time and again, we're finding that the shock sensors down low were actually picking up more detection than we've been told. We found the tools beyond spec, but we were not given a clear signal while drilling. Have you seen an improvement there?
Yes. So traditionally, we've got a number of projects that we've had where we've seen anything up to 50, 70% reduction in tool failure. Because again, if you look at traditional MPT, mud pulse methods, vibration data's only ever pulsed up periodically or when you exceed certain thresholds. And you often don't get a full picture of what's actually going on. So because we're generating that dynamics data continuously from multiple positions along the drill string, including the BHA, with no throttling on that data, you typically get a much better picture of them. And part of what the overall purpose of the overall system is to drill on bottom performance, and we manage the drilling dynamics associated with it. And it can have a profound effect both in performance on bottom, but also in failure reductions.
You're saying also along the string of drill string, so you have vibration sensors, so you can do much better drill string analysis.
Yes.
Nope.
Very quick one, very quick,
you
Benny.
ask questions, anybody know the deep resistivity? That's the one we use for active resistivity ranging. Just to add that. So you can add more.
My colleague and I at the back were talking about the potential impact on introduction of ranging into this as, and I see huge opportunity that needs to be investigated on that.
Yeah, for acoustic, that's another possibility.
Yeah.
For acoustic.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eddie.
I think to get us into lunch, places into luncheon time, we'll leave the Treasurer's report, at least for now, and Kieran from BGS. Do you want the mic? I think. I can get your mic if you want it.
Oh, do you think I need it? Can you guys hear me? Is that loud enough? Yeah. Do I need a mic? Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay. So for those who don't know me, I haven't been along for quite a few years because of COVID, but I have given a talk a couple of times over the years here. So I'm a researcher at the British Geological Survey across in Edinburgh. So I've been in the GeoMag group for 15 years now. I've got a background in core flow modeling, space weather, and one of the things we've been doing in the last couple of years is investigating the effects of space weather on the power grid in the UK, for example. So we've installed a lot of variometers in the last few years. So I like to think I know how to dig a good hole for a variometer. Okay, so what's the background to this talk? Well, we've had questions about, well, how good do you have to be with a variometer in order to replicate what an intermagnet level observatory will produce in terms of the accuracy of data in declination, dip, and total field? So one of the things I wanted to do was to kind of look at that question, and we've got these variometers from the Space Weather Project, so I could pull all this together and do a direct comparison between IFR2, variometers, and the observatories. So the kind of errors you're looking to get in terms of your accuracy for angles are 0.1 in declination, 0.05 in dip, and 50 nanoteslas in total field. So those are the kind of accuracies you want from your magnetic data. Okay, so I know there's some people have been providing IFR2 on land, for example, using rig side variometers. We haven't done that, but we've got some experiments in the field that could maybe try and replicate some of the issues that you might find there. So that's what this study is about, just using kind of natural experiments that's going on anyway for space weather. How good are our variometers compared to our observatories with an IFR2 comparison? Okay, so just to be clear, an observatory is a system. It's an area, magnetically quiet location, which has got usually 3 instruments. It's got a total field instrument, a proton precession magnetometer, it's got a variometer, and it's got a manual calibration on a weekly basis, and that's what Stephen here in our Heartland Observatory is doing. The idea is that it's broadband, continuous, you've got 1 second data, and the idea is that observatories run for 150 years, that the accuracy will be maintained over that time. So we're looking at 1 part in 500,000 or better if we can do that. In order to do that, you've got to control how the environment of the observatory changes over weeks, months, years, and you've got to look at the quality control of the instruments. You've got to make sure that when you move from instruments, everything's calibrated and is referred back to a standard. And the data are formally published either online or in bulletins. A variometer is just one aspect of the observatory's operation. It's the device that measures the 3 components of the magnetic field, north, east, and down, or some variation of that. They are high precision. They can be 1.1 nanotesla or better, and they are continuous. They can measure at 1 hertz or higher if you want to do that. Just to show you a picture here, so the little kind of long thing with X, Y, and Z written on it with CE that you can see, that's the variometer, so it's about 15 centimeters long. It's got attached to a digitizer by a cable, that's the black box, and it's connected to a 4G modem, which is the other little black box with a yellow dongle on it. So typically, you set the variometer up on, in our case, a non-magnetic stand. So that's brass rods attached to this wooden frame, and it can be leveled using rings, or it can be rotated using, there's a little slot that can rotate east and west. You bury it in the ground in order to maintain temperature stability over the course of hours to maybe a few days, depends on the temperature, of course. And the lower down the ground you are, the more temperature stable it is. And then everything's connected back to the digitizer and some power control electronics. Okay, so the point about a variometer, it's not absolute. The sensors themselves have to be calibrated because they won't be purely orthogonal when the manufacturer sends them to you. They are very temperature sensitive. You're looking at tens of nanoteslas over the course of a day or so if you don't temperature control it. So you either need active or passive temperature control. And you can buy very cheap sensors. There's one in your phone, for example, but the accuracy of your phone is maybe 2 degrees, which is fine because you're just holding it like that. A sensor like this will cost you about €1,000, and that's got very high accuracy. And then you can move your way up to observatory level instruments, which would be more like $15,000 or $20,000 to buy. So the price, pick your price for your accuracy. The other thing is these sensors often have a hysteresis memory. So if you turn them off and turn them back on again, they might not reset to the same absolute level in each component. So that's another thing you've got to watch out for. So they are not absolute instruments, and nor will they behave like an absolute instrument, even though in short time periods. Okay, so what is IFR2? So hopefully you know this. When we start off with magnetic data, you can start with a global map that describes the core field typically, and maybe some of the crystal fields. So there it is, you capture 90–95% of the variation, the average background variation. When you add in local effects from a crystal field, if you're in an anomalous area, that will add a small variation that you try and correct for with IFR1. And then if you add in real-time data from an observatory, that's IFR2. And that's where you're trying to correct for space weather or ionospheric variation or magnetospheric currents external to the Earth's surface. So the idea about all of these is that you get a more and more accurate value of the magnetic field at the location at which your drill bit is. Okay, so why is that important? Well, there was a big storm, largest storm in the solar cycle last month, that touched KP8, which is just one below the kind of top end of the scale. So here's the data from the Lerwick Observatory, and that's about a 1 degree variation at the peak of the storm. This happened during the local afternoon in the UK, and that variation was over the course of a few hours, several degrees. If you're at the North Slope, this is from JCO, Jukaric Observatory in Alaska, then that variation was a swing of about 10 degrees over the course of a few hours. So those kind of storms, I think Manoj said yesterday, they don't happen particularly often, but when they do, you know, you're looking at quite large variations downhole. Okay, so what do we do in terms of trying to quantify the variometer versus an IF42 or an observatory? So in the UK, we've got 3 long-running observatories, Lerwick, Estelmy, and Hartland. And we installed 3 new variometers, Florence Court, Leicester, and Herstmonceux, which are the green dots there. And the idea was to sort of densify the magnetic network, because the colors there show you the distance you are away from an observatory or variometer. So red is you're very close, out to sort of white, which means you're more than 250 kilometers away from an observatory. So before that, there was quite a large gap between the 3 UK observatories, and we're just trying to slowly fill in those gaps to understand how the auroral oval varies across the UK when you do get a very large storm. There are other observatories. The other blue dots are observatories run by institutes in other countries. Okay, so we're going to look at these 3 observatories and the data from them, and then the 3 variometers. Okay, so each of these variometers consists of that little flux gate I was showing you, attached to a 24-bit digitizer. In the case of 2 of them, they're actually just to the field. So we attached batteries as a solar panel to provide power, and all the data comes back across the 4G network. With Herstmonceux, that's right down the south coast of England. That's a site that has some BGS infrastructure there already. So it basically sits in the facilities, or the grounds of that facility, which is the satellite geodesy facility. So each observatory actually has a kind of unique kind of flavor to it, which I think represents some of the kind of cross issues that you get. Some have got contamination, some of them are misaligned. One of them looked like it was going to be good, but in the end, as we'll see later, it was maybe not as accurate as I thought it would be. All the data are freely available. You go to the BGS website. There's under a project called Space Weather Effects on Ground Experiment, or SAGE. Okay, so Herstmonceux, this is the site in the south of England. It's kind of near Gatwick Airport. that kind of area. And they've got a laser ranging facility, so they fire a laser into space at satellites, and they measure the reflection of the laser back to the ground, and you can kind of work out exactly where the satellite is. So about 100 meters away, we've installed the fluxgate magnetometer in a kind of hole there, so you can see the little plastic piping, so that's the kind of thermal stability. The magnetometer goes to the hole, we bury it. The site is in the south of England, so it's quite a populous area. It's quite close to electrified railway lines, and we see a lot of continuous spikes, 10, 20 nanoteslas, particularly in the Z and the X component. So we put that on a stable block, concrete, and leveled it and orientated it. So it should actually be leveled and orientated correctly towards magnetic north and east. So the idea behind this one is, well, we can look at what happens if you got possibly in an oil field or a drilling region, you've got grounded infrastructure that continuously sends spikes into the ground. We've got man-made noise. There's also get effects from, there's a road nearby, so you get effects of vehicles as well. Florence Court is in Northern Ireland, and it's quite far west, so it kind of fills in the western gap that we have in the kind of magnetic locations in the UK. It's in a field with livestock, but it's generally quite noise-free. Sometimes you see people must be walking past it, you get spikes occasionally. We put it in February 22, it was all leveled, and then I suspect a cow stood on it, to be honest, because then it rotated a few days later. So those are the dangers. So you can see here just a solar panel in front of the box, and then the variometer there is buried in the ground under that sod. So there's a lot of digging holes when you do this kind of work. Okay, so what happens if you've got an incorrectly orientated sensor? How does that affect things? And then finally, the third site is a place in Leicestershire. So it's near Leicester City, about 5 kilometers south of a small town. It's about 400 meters away from a road. It's on top of a hill. As you can see, it's some sort of crop, wheat or something. And so we don't get much noise there, although occasionally you get some spikes when they're ploughing or harvesting the crop. At one point there was some wind damage, the box blew open, so we had some sort of damage to the wires, and then there was a kind of thermal effect where when the sun shone on the box, it was creating little spikes. In theory, this is the best case scenario for a variometer because there's really no disturbance outside of people occasionally going by to plough. Okay, so what I did was I took each of the data from those sites. I've got about 15 months when I did this study back in September, and I just did the usual process to do an IFR2 setup. We corrected for the crustal field in the area, and we corrected for the main field. And then we used data from Estelmuir and Lerwick to estimate the effect of the magnetic field of Florence Court. For Leicester, we used Estelmuir and Heartland, and for Heartland, Herstmonceux, we used Heartland just because Herstmonceux is south of Heartland slightly. So a bit like what we do for the industry, we basically compute minute files of declination, dip, and total field. And then I just compared those files to the values from each of the variometers and just did some simple plotting and statistics to work out what the differences were. Okay, so it's just a straight comparison, nothing sophisticated. It's just a what if, a very simple scenario. So on the left-hand side, you've got the variometer data. On the right-hand side, you've got the IFR2 data. And we've done as best as possible to represent how we would do this in reality for a drilling site. Okay, so we just compare about 1 year, 15 months worth of minute mean values. What does that all look like? So I split this up into 3-month periods and also over the entire period, just to kind of look at things separately. There are some periods of missing data with the variometers. Of course, data doesn't always come back. Sometimes you got gaps in the mobile phone network, or there's been some problem with the instrument themselves. Just to give you an example of what railway line noise looks like, this is what it looks like in Herstmonceux. You can see in the X and the Z component, so the top panel and the lower panel, this kind of spikiness, fuzziness. So that's railway line. We know that because it vanishes between sort of 2 and 4 in the morning, and also on days when there are train strikes, the data is really nice and clean as well. So it's one reason why we like train strikes in Britain. Okay, so just I'll run through a bunch of plots. I don't want to keep you guys from your lunch because I'm hungry too. So just some plots just to say what these are, and then just show you some statistics at the end. So this is the measured data at Florence Court over the course of about 3 months. So you can see the left there is the declination, middle in green is dip, and then F is total field. You can see there are these spikes up and down. Now some of that is natural signal, that is space weather, that is effect of the ionosphere and magnetic storms. Now what if you take away the values of the IFR2 data set that we computed from Lerwick and Estelmuir. Now, if everything was perfect, you'd expect basically a flat line, no variation, and then everything is magically around 0. That's kind of what you'd expect. Of course, that's not really going to happen because there are these misalignments. So if you remember, Florence Court was stood on by the cow. So the difference is about 5.8 degrees now in declination. That's how misaligned it's become. Inclination, about 0.6 of a degree, and total field, it's actually quite good total field, more about sort of 50, 60 nanotesla, so that's quite promising. If you throw away the kind of, there are outliers, so throw outliers being removed to make these histograms look quite nice. So these are the histogram, the differences, just that data showing in a different way. And you can see it's almost bimodal actually, which I think maybe because some of the data, this is just an effect probably of drifting or something like that. But you can see that it reasonably well behaved in I and D, for example. So the actual variation is well captured, but it's just the total offset is not correct. Okay, and just a final way of looking at that, if there will be some secular variation as well because of the change in the main field. So how's that captured? So that's the kind of line there. So in this location in Florence Court, you'd expect declination to go from -3 to -3.2 point something small. And then this is what the declination is showing really in the red line, similar for I and F. So ideally, if everything was perfect, the data sets, these red, green, and blue dots would lie on the dotted line. Okay, so what does that look like in terms of just a quick table of statistics for these 3 months? So the mean variation in D is 5.8 degrees. That's how much it's off. Minus 0.5 degrees in I and 67 in on average from the total field. Whereas the standard deviation of those histograms is actually quite small. So that means that you're capturing the variation really well, but the absolute level is terrible. Okay, so yeah, that's my point. Okay, so what about Leicester, which is in the middle of England. So again, here's D, I, and F, and again, you can see it's generally quite good, but actually there's these very large spikes, particularly in the vertical component Z, which is why it's affecting I and F. If you take out those spikes and go look at the histogram, actually you're getting quite good here. You're looking at the declination once you take out the spikes, quite close to what you'd expect. Inclination is a bit off, and total field is a bit off beyond where you want. But actually, declination is maintaining quite a strong, good correlation. However, it is those spikes that are really killing you here. So while D looks all right, I and F are just destroyed by the fact that there are these very large continuous spikes that haven't been taken out of the data set. So if you're using this naively, you'd be probably fine much of the time, but then occasionally you'd be very poorly off. So the absolute level is just really not within what you would require. Okay, finally, Hurstman-Sue. Again, you've got a lot of the spikes in I and F, and D looks all right. Again, if you take out those differences here, look, they're not ideal. You're still off by 0.25 in declination. You have to correct it for that. And you can see again, the spikes are really not helping. So let's take out those spikes. Let's look at the histograms again. So you got 0.25 in declination, which suggests the setup is either drifted over time or it wasn't completely correctly set up in terms of declination. But the variation is quite small. And again, in I and F, it's reasonably narrow range of variation once you've taken out the large spikes. Okay, and yeah, that's kind of what that looks like. Sorry, skipping through here. So again, the mean is off a little bit. You could correct for that. It's really the variation is just not well captured in I and F because of these large spikes. So although in some periods this data set is quite good, in general, because of the large spikes, you're getting kind of poor performance. Okay, so the idea behind observatory is that it gets rid of all that. The data is continuously checked, quality controlled, and so we try and make sure that the data for IFR2 actually exceeds these values, which it does in general. Variometers are really good at capturing variation, but really they don't do a good job at absolute level. And if you're interested in absolute level, then you'll need some additional process in order to get rid of the issues that I've shown you here. So although the data can look good for quite a long time, you can get spikes from unknown sources, offsets, and you know, even if an instrument is in the ground, it can drift slowly over time. The hole or whatever can tilt over just with weather conditions and so on, even if you put it in a nice quiet location. So I think just the point is, yeah, you can get good data, but you've got to monitor it continuously. So I'll just wrap up. So in theory, you can use a variometer if you do spot measurements fairly continuously and you've got a good control on the direction, because one thing we haven't mentioned is that observatories are really good at producing absolute direction, because we've got lots of processes in to consider where true north is relative to the location of the absolute pillar in the observatory. That's more difficult in the field. You can do it with a repeat station, for example, but can you do it continuously? So you need to take a lot of care and attention if you're going to do this. So the point is, if they are available, observatories take care of all this already. So that's why they're very good for IFR2. So along with that, you've got other benefits. You know that the observatory is maintaining redundancy in terms of comms and communication. You've got expert advice in low noise environments and so on. So that's the kind of the point about it is. So I'll stop there, which gives us time for a couple of questions.
We're not in the back first, Benny. You've had a couple. I'll come back to them.
Very nice presentation. Only have one question. You use this 3.5 standard deviation to remove the outliers and then create the statistics?
No, just for the histograms. Yeah, I just took out them for the histograms, because otherwise you'd have a very wide histogram. Yeah, for the statistics, they include all the outliers. Yeah.
Okay. Very good, thank you. Very nice study. I just trying to understand your data here, right? So when you show all the plot, you said to remove the custom. Is that you remove against the BPM, current BPM? So I should see linear line, straight line, right? But when I look at the data, because I eyeball it, I don't see that line. So there is some data. I don't know. Maybe the interval is not long enough. I cannot really. Just eyeball it with my eye. Okay, I will put the BPM line in your data set.
Oh, right? Sorry. Yeah.
Because when you want to use IFR2, if I'm using BPM, and I have to use again BPM variation, because otherwise it will be incorrect, right?
Yeah. So yeah. Okay. So this is just a straight comparison between them. Yeah.
It's a good data set to show that as well. You know,
yeah.
The parameters could be moving around, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Right? But I think the idea is, well, if it was all perfect, then all those.
I could see.
That should all line to zero essentially. Yeah.
And also the other thing that you just mentioned here with the parameter, all that, right? The circular variation also very difficult to see. Okay? And if any changes, especially in the location in the summer, winter, just change in the position.
Well, I mean, this is what IFR2 takes care of, is seasonal variation as well. So
no, I'm saying the position itself, because the position is not stable.
Of the sensor.
Of the sensor.
Oh yeah. It's true.
So
yeah.
I see also tilts. On the summer, winter, even in summer, in the middle of summer.
Yeah, true. And some of that would be variation in temperature as well. That's not captured. So.
Probably they dug it down deep in the ground.
Yeah. I mean, these are at about a meter or so.
Yeah,
but yeah, exactly. But they're not intended for absolute measurements. They're just intended for short period, 3-hourly space weather effects.
Some of the parameters that we can use, we just use the variation itself. We calculate the short period of time.
Yeah, if you're only interested in the variation, they're fine for that as well.
We calculate the short period of time before the circular variation kicks in.
Yeah.
So then just use that. But it's still not correct, because if I use BPM, I want to tie also to the BPM. I cannot just make the variation based on.
No, you would need to try and account for the crustal field as well.
It's not correct.
Yeah.
on an existing observatory, you can use the minute-by-minute changes. And so clearly, this is what you're looking at in terms of why you put a variometer in close to somewhere else. So you're using, I believe you used a couple of different observatories and observatories to your variometer site to get some comparisons.
Yeah.
So what sort of range would you typically say that somebody could use a local observatory?
So, it obviously depends on your latitude. So at these kind of latitudes, I mean, you're looking at 200-300 kilometers is fine. At higher latitudes, that value reduces down to maybe 100 kilometers. I think Stefan Maus did a study on this years ago, and I'll give you a little talk here. But yes, 75 to 100 kilometers at higher latitudes. At mid latitudes, 300-400 kilometers is sufficiently fine. Obviously, when it becomes much more active, then that changes because the auroral oval or the electrojet ring currents start to have different effects in different locations. So it depends, but 400 kilometers is probably a good number. East-west, yeah.
Okay. Another quick question. Doing some magnetic studies back in California a long time ago, we saw some low, better low frequency, extra low frequency stuff coming from the Bay Area transits and things like that. Is that something you see, other than the drill spikes you've got?
There's a nice plot here. Sometimes sometimes you can get steps and transients. If they inject a lot of current into the ground locally, you can get a step, and then it fades off after an hour or something like that. So. Yeah, like I say, you can see that when this train strikes. Yeah.
I had a question because you mentioned like some of the errors that happen over time. Were more of those errors environmental related to the installation, or were they at the sensor level? So if you wanted to compensate for this, could it be as simple as sending someone out with the other light to say, here's my adjustments, or would it be I need to pull out the sensor and recalibrate it?
I suspect if you've already made the effort to put it into the ground and keep it there, it would probably just be a case of like recalibrating it with a theodolite on the surface, because essentially that's what you do at an observatory. You very rarely touch the instrument in the observatory. You might do that once a year to realign it, but you don't go in every few months and rotate it. So you try and leave everything as is, and then try and calibrate out up to a point, and then after that, obviously you try and make sure the maths is in the small angle range rather than being gross errors. If it's a gross error, you can't do much about it, but if it's a small error, you can correct it. Okay, thank you.
That's us for lunch. Robert, is lunch just out here again, like yesterday? Yeah, so lunch is just out in the lobby area behind us, and we'll reconvene again in an hour, 20 to 2. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I'm not sure I'm going to compete with that. Anyway, my name is Rosalind. I work for SLB. I had the honour of becoming an SLB fellow not so long ago. Not that I'm still trying to work out what that means, apart from the title. Sorry?
Means you're old.
Thank you very much. Not as old as you are. Yeah, so what do I do for a living? That's a very good question. I seem to get involved in a lot of things and never finish anything. Product design, I think, is probably the most. I used to work for Wellbore. I used to work as a marine surveyor. So it just shows you that you can change completely jobs and titles as your career goes along. And probably the one thing I learned was that in that time was never to say no to opportunities. So Angus one day tapped me on the shoulder and he said, do you want to come work for me? And I was already working for SLB at the time. I thought, why not? And then I worked for Angus for a while, and I had brilliant fun, really good. Hardest I've ever worked in my life, but most fun as well at the same time. And then I came back to SLB, wanted me back, and came back to SLB. And since then, sort of grew into a role where, product design is, not product design, what we call it, tool design, is a very big part of what I do.
Thank you. For you who don't know me, my name is Unoy. I'm working for Shell today. I'm based in the Middle East. My journey started some 31 years ago. It's also when I met Angus as well. In Rijswijk at the time, we had Shell Research. The 31 years have gone and I do, and I would hope to think about what should they share with the role about itself. And I think over the 31 years, there's a couple of things that I've been working on. That's come up in this committee as well. I've counted, I've delivered 5 standards in that committee. So I've actually 5 corporate standards that come out of my hand. I must admit, the first one I wrote together with Robin Hartman. That was in 1993. That was the Shell Wellbore Survey Manual. That document was 600 pages. That was a big book, too big book, 600 pages. The last standard that we wrote, from Wellbore Surveying with Shell, is only half of the 4 pages, only 4 requirements. So this you did have an idea on the simplification journey that we've gone over the mainly the last years to simplify our business. So we're not looking for complexity, we're looking basically for simplification, so we can standardize, makes our business simpler. So that's one takeaway of the last 31 years. I'm very much a big fan of education. If I look back, I helped 5 students in my career, 5 bachelor students to pass their bachelor's thesis. 2 of them were petroleum engineers. That's what they graduated here in Edinburgh. And the other 3 engineers that I helped, they were a bachelor of mathematics at the Delft University in Holland. I think I've done a bad job because out of the 5 bachelor students, only 1 continued to work in our industry, and the rest left. So I think I'm not doing a good enough job, but at least we hold on to 1. Yeah, so that's good. But I'm very much a fan of education, and we're also looking for talent because succession is so important for our industry. So we're always on the look as well for succession. So that's another takeaway from the 31 years. And I would say the last one is I'm very pragmatic. Things are never cast in stone for me, and I take very much a very pragmatic approach, to get the business to go and to move on. I've been 4 years in Nigeria, not easy. 4 years, not 4 years in the Middle East, 1.5 in the Middle East, that's also not easy, so we can get flexible. And also, I think that's a takeaway as well. We basically always work together, with partners and companies, to get projects done. At the same time, also to look after simplification and standardization, also talk about. And last but not least, also the commercial angle is very important as well. Because you compare them, you standardize, but at the end of the day, it's about commercial business. That's also a strong focus. Anyway, it's called an I-Link. We're back together when we started in 1993. We have been able to sit here after 31 years. So far, great confidence. That's
the first question I want you guys to address is within your organizations, would you say that high quality surveying is, first of all, valued, and secondly, understood? That's my perspective.
There's a question what you mean with high quality. Does that mean high accuracy or high traceability? I think one of, you regularly say in some of the workshops, one of my pet projects is the argument that I prefer traceability and documentability over a more accurate or precise survey. I'd rather have a survey where we plan for a degree of inaccuracy. We get a survey for that, and we can document it, and when people vote, there's no confusion where these numbers come from, as opposed to what is supposed to be a tighter survey, more accurate survey. But when people start digging into it, it's like, yeah, but we did IFR. What value did we use? Who's seeing it? Where's the data? And I think this comes into standardization. What I see is more and more people are moving positions all the time, so there's less continuity than there was in the past. There's more of a need to be trained, so it's better to go for a larger uncertainty, but where you're more confident of being able to achieve it, document it. So that would, for me, would be a high quality survey, one where I can guarantee we do have this. We might have been able to do better, but I can guarantee this. And it's good enough. Because the next thing is what do I need it for? It fulfills what we planned for. It satisfies the planning requirements.
And within Total, do you think that it's well understood by the other disciplines that need and use that data?
Occasionally, not always, but there's often, when they ask for it and they're specifying, there's sometimes you can find out why is it you think you don't want this. And quite often, yes, they do know what they want, but at other times it's no, it's not. It's not. And the trade-off, the cost versus the risk, it depends very much on what situation, what location, how much time. I mean, some drilling environments are more benign. You can spend more time surveying. There's not a lot of risk associated with it. Other times there is a lot of risk associated with it. Other times they have other uncertainties that are so big you're like, you're doing complete overkill here, well, we would be better off doing this aspect. That's,
You're sharing now. You're gonna share it.
I got to share it.
Yeah.
Now for sure we share it.
You're a big boy now, you gotta share.
Yeah, I would phrase the question as well, the value of accuracy is high for Shell. I phrase it slightly different than statement. But to put it in perspective, the Welsh business for Shell, if you look at global spend, then that actually really, somebody, MWE, and all other stuff that will come with it, is probably in the top three. It's a big chunk of our annual spending. So you can imagine that the focus on surveying and well placement, on the focus on surveying and well placement is on that extra well. It's high with this. So the value of the accuracy of the data is high with this. Why we say not is high accuracy data value for us. Because that means for us, that means a complexity. High accuracy data means you need to take extra steps to get higher quality data, more accurate data, and I'll leave you in the middle of accuracy. And that means that we're going to go in a non-standard route. And that's probably 5% of our business, the high accuracy. And 95% is the biggest spend. Most of it will be categorized in standard applications. So that is where the value sits for us. Yeah? I must admit as well, we don't have specific recommendations or guidelines for high accuracy. Normally when these projects come up, we also have spoken about some of these custom projects. It's then we partner again with publishers, with Halliburton, and we tailor-make the solutions for that project. We will not ask them to be standards or recommended practices. We need accurate data as well. Our top priority when we need accurate data is to manage our risks in the business. We do not want to drill into something that we don't want to drill into. To think about it, the way I'm saying it, I don't want to, we need to prepare ourselves and not only drill in foster clusters, we also need to prepare ourselves that we do not drill into enterprises. That means faults, overpressure zones. That's our focus. Make sure that we not drill into something we don't want to drill into. This is the main answer. That's the focus. Managing our ACC risk expansion. Anything else? Keep quiet, Ross.
Excuse me, can I ask a question? Alan Bernard here from ISCWSA. What do you define as high accuracy? What do you mean by that? Because it really doesn't mean much unless it's a tangible value of 0.1% of the accuracy of the whole, or is it 2 per thousand, or what do you define? So that's the audience, so the panel, what do you define as high accuracy?
Let's go ahead and answer that along with the computation.
I don't think there is an answer to what high accuracy is. I think there are some standards in the industry, particularly around energy, where we expect there is a standard element that we expect the and other embedding system to be able to fit within that element. But going beyond that, anything beyond that, would consider that to be high accuracy? I don't know. I guess from my perspective, this is a difficult question. So inside SOV, the idea of high accuracy or the value of high accuracy is very well understood. The last thing we want to do is, like you said, drill into a place that we're not supposed to. And now you don't need high accuracy tools. You don't by default need super high accuracy tools in order to do that. You just need to have a set of error and a good understanding of the collision and what change the avoidance. But obviously we've taken some big steps recently to try and improve the quality of our surveys and try and combine gyro and surveys and all sorts of things together. And I guess we would like to we perhaps are not doing a good enough job from a service company point of view, doing a good enough job to show the value of those what those higher accuracy type surveys can bring to the table. And for the most part, I think you're right, 95% ratio might be right, but for the most part, standard end of the year, standard gyro would be entirely acceptable. But there's definitely applications where that's just not going to get across the line. And there's a sort of middle ground where it might help, but you're going to have to, we as a service company, push extra hard to convince the client of the fact that this particular budget, this particular technique, or this particular gyro or whatever, is going to bring you a tangible thing. So I think really the answer is I think within SOP there's definitely an understanding of how we get that message out to the clients and fit for purpose technology. You're not trying to land high technology or high fidelity surveys or whatever, big people schools just to see. That's very important.
This is a more generic question for all of you. I'm going to start with you this time, but for years within the ISCWSA, we've been trying to persuade people to apply corrections because the corrections are not terribly expensive and they increase the accuracy. The one that's been most difficult to sell, if you like, is depth accuracy. And I don't know why that is, but is depth considered as a major source of error within the Shell organization? And follow-up question to that is, do the geologists know how far out they put their wells?
Is that a major source of right? That was the first question. That is a very important parameter in our operational business. And I'll make a quick step. Why is it very important? That will affect us to impact the reserve testing. And the reserve testing is the legal requirement for operators to report in books. So that is a very important parameter to get that done. I've been thinking about it. Is it is it a focus area for us? I mean, I think that's the second question. Is it a focus area for us? When I was in operations, and I can only speak from my own perspective and my own experience, we have certain measures in place to minimize the uncertainty of that. I'm not going to go through it, what perspectives are, but we have actually a number of practices to control that uncertainty of that. So yes, in the operations that I've been involved in, it was a strong focus area. I must admit, I'm not sure if around the globe we follow the same practices. But for sure, that is a very, very important parameter. So the reserves input is impacted by that. And I've had one example, one really good example, where we were challenges in depth measurements and use for a large field. You have to evaluate large field reserves every. So I don't know specifying term, but you have to do that. And that was a large debate. How we establish the depths of the reservoirs for a particular field to estimate reserves. So yes, it's very important.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of a perpetual question. And for us, I think it's, if I speak to people like Kuhn, or I speak to people at Hands, or people who know about depth and uncertainty inside organisation, yes, it's taken very seriously. But when you come up with, and there are solutions out there, and Harold's going to speak after this about one solution, and there's other solutions out there to improve depth. It becomes quite, even if you're not trying to, even if cost price or whatever, the technique you're trying to apply is not going to cost you big time, it's not going to cost you money. There's still a dramatic reluctance in the wider organisation, within the client organisation, to sort of accept this. Only when depth goes wrong towards the wider organisation. And it becomes a very, very big issue, as you've already said, very, very critical issue. But there are definitely methods out there to solve the problem. And if you speak to geologists, they get super excited. But I wonder if part of the problem is that we're not spending enough time. We should have this debate with geologists, and maybe we push from a different direction. That's the only time I've ever seen it happen. When depth is very serious.
It'd be worth saying too that when depth is wrong, you can get away with it for the duration of the drilling contract. And you can even be paid a bonus for not taking the time to correct it, because you drilled it faster. But when the well water's out 2 years early, the drilling contract was long gone by that time, and there's no penalties for putting the well in the wrong place. Anyway, sorry, Hans, I'm not supposed to be participating, I'm supposed to.
I know it's tempting.
I recognize that depth is important, and I was going to say where it's most, I think where there's the biggest recognition of it is usually in completions, because that's where you go in and you're supposed to tag things, and I think then it's blatantly obvious even wrong reporting. Perhaps because most of what I've drilled has been long horizontal, there the depth component was less of an obvious concern, because there's also as much information. So it was, I made more of an effort to make the geologists realize what was, if they remember, the first time when I was working with this. It was late 90s going down to Jaws and saying, you do realize that we have this much uncertainty. Some people were absolutely horrified, and others kind of, relaxed a bit. They're like, you mean like to start shifting things? And I'm like, yeah, you use more or less consistent manner, not just an absolute fit. But yes, you can say start shifting. So it was, again, I will go back to saying the reluctance of the reluctance to start with depth correction was this, the traceability. As long as they stuck in the report depths and more concentrated on people realized that if you have 10,505, that's essentially the same depth as 10,515 or 10,495. They are not, don't look at them as being different, but look at them as being roughly the same. But by using an uncorrected depth and just reminding people what is the uncertainty you can expect, then you could at least trace it.
For the sake of time, I'm just going to have to ask one last question to each of you, which is, if you were in charge of this lot here, and there was one job you could delegate to the ISCWSA to go and do that would improve the quality of your life, what would it be? So I'm going to start with Kulik, okay? Yeah.
I'll keep it brief. Learn from the mistakes that have been made. And please keep sharing the mistakes that have been made to avoid that they will happen again. It's very basic. And while you're saying that, guess what? Last week before that meeting, there was 10. 12 wells were drilled, all over the place, nothing matched up. So we have to look at it. We don't have to look at it. Well, and guess what? The 12 reports, survey reports, all reports, the surface report, in process, data, actually for data was reported as not synthetic one. The delta was not. Has not changed over the 31 years. I think we keep on making the same mistakes. They will not go away. So my point is, that's the complex that I'm giving you. Capture the mistakes that we make, report them, and keep on managing to communicate with the needs of the work. These simple mistakes that we make. That's my point.
They're all fine. But speaking a little bit more seriously, yeah, education, absolutely education. The education, I was really impressed with the education subcommittee. Yes, we already mentioned about. The pushing that forward and keeping that message going, making sure people getting back to doing these ATW workshops, getting more people involved, getting more younger engineers in this room, and if they'll come, in this room learning about what it is we do and being interested in what it is we do. And fundamentally, I think if we carry on educating the rest of the oil and gas industry, I think we're doing the oil and gas industry a huge service. I don't know of any other technical section that spends so much time on education. And I think we should, I realize education, books and everything costs money, but it's money extremely well spent, in my opinion.
If there's one thing to ask, I guess it would be that every survey report, this would be too much, but with Excel, has all the references, like Drew said, it always says azimuth. Yeah, we're supposed to be using grid, but I'm going to make sure it is. When I was transferring from one system to another, one thing I was amazed at is MD is always referenced to RT. Okay. Any good reason why the report doesn't say it was RT was referenced to? The amount of time you have to go hunting to find out what was, and this is, as you said, depth is the basic measurement. You're like, yeah, that's fine. But actually, that was my reference point. My depth correction doesn't make sense anymore. Coordinates reference systems. People are so used to using that there's just one, and then when they go somewhere else, they don't realize, oh, this actually is a neighboring block, which is within anti-collision. By the way, they use a different coordinate reference system. So getting the boring references stated on the same report
it just really remains for me to thank my panel of experts for their succinct answers. I just want to leave you with thought, though, just bookending how we started the conversation and how we finished it. That Hans said that for him, a reliable survey actually has more value than an accurate survey with no data to back it up. And that's a really useful point to finish on, because if we're going to make mistakes, it's probably in bad recording, it's probably in not making reference to errors that we've made, blunders that we've made, rather than uncertainties. And I'll leave you with one story. I was working on a rig in Siberia, a land rig in Siberia, and every survey that came back from the drill floor was 39.2 degrees inclination. And I said, you guys must have a fantastic PHA that you're able to hold information with a 1.5 degree vent cell rotating at that inclination. And he said, yeah, well, the client's quite picky, so if we're within 2 or 3 degrees of the well plan, we just put the well plan number in there, and client's happy. And I said, do you still have the raw surveys? He said, oh, no, we get rid of those. So I rest my case. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your contribution. Round of applause, please.
Thank you for that. Thank you to the
chairs.
Yes, if you could. Next up is Marianne. Just got to sort out some things here, the projector and such like first.
to cover that parameter, we would still consider it adoption of the rule. In addition to that, the other accomplishment was we gave a final update. There's a table in the forthcoming API RP78. It had to do with looking at separation factors and survey frequency and what the recommendations were to that. And we hemmed and hawed, and we made little edits to this, and did this, was this less than, this less than or equal, and so we updated that. So that was an outcome from the last meeting. So if you haven't seen that, the RP78 isn't published yet. There, you can get a draft version from Jonathan Lightfoot. But those were what we accomplished last time. Then we went into the presentation that Kevin Sutherland from Chevron gave, and so this is really a follow-on from the error model meeting. But both these groups are so tightly coupled. We're going to inevitably, we're always talking about anti-collision in one and error models. The anti-collision doesn't work without the error model, so it is the core there. So, and I think it just ended up in collision avoidance because Pete Clark had originally suggested it. He said something about it at that meeting. He said, no matter. Kevin had done a lot of work on this presentation to show what they're doing. So this is the introduction. Kevin has taken over from Pete Clark. His presentation, it's 50 slides or so, so it'll be also posted so you can go in and look at it because he has lots of examples. I'm not going to show them here of what they're doing. The main challenge is that he's trying to drill through all these wells that have no surveys whatsoever. You have a surface and you have an MD. That's it. So he looked into what other information you could get, and he culled things of, okay, they had formation top intercepts, and what could you do with that to infer what the possible inclinations were? And he shows all the methods he went through there, and so he gives some equations to how they're doing it. You can go through all that, and these were his proposals to form a working group, but we had just previously formed a working group in the error model, so we're just going to tag his stuff on because it fits quite well with the other issues of these utility error models we have problems, and the recommendations we're going to do to any operator that doesn't want to use these blind models but can maybe make a custom cone model, which essentially this is. So they have synergies together. So they're going to do both of them in that work group. And these were the items that he wanted to review, and that'll happen in this work group. Review the process that he shows and optimize it and give guidance. So out of that work group, both is going to be, it's more of a guidance document that if you need to do these types of things, these are what have been done and have proven successful, and Kevin's stuff will go in there to do that. After that, we had Bill Allen had said he wanted to show what BP had been working on during the process of trying to get to Rev 5 and adopt the WPTS rule, and some of the things they start to see in their data and how maybe he wanted to attack it. So Bill was actually remote, so these online meetings, we're even doing presentations remote, which I think it worked out fine. So he goes through a series of different well scenarios, and I'll go here. So what he's showing here is how we have surface margin in the rule, and then depending on your surveys, in real close drilling, you may end up taking up even more, and it's like you're getting really, really tight. But his proposal here is that if you're doing other things with more surveys, for instance, so this data that he showed was really, let me go to the next one. This was, you can see that the depth range isn't very long. These are driven conductors, but they're running lots of gyros to keep track of where they go. So they have lots of data repeatability. And he's just trying to show, you have this stuff at the top, this surface margin, but are you being encompassing by your definitive ellipse? And he's saying if you've done all this, that you probably don't need the surface margin. But again, these modifications, you should have data to back it up to justify it. And so these were his questions at the end to the group, because we are, you know, we're trying to write recommendations, and so you can see a lot of the things there is, you know, how many do you need? You know, do you need, same as Marion just showed, you know, doing the quality control on the surveys, and they're as Marion said, doing these double surveys to catch these gross human errors, which aren't none of our models are going to catch this. So this will be posted too, so you can contact Bill if you have some thoughts on it. We were going to talk in general about probability of collision, but we were running out of time, so I had Jerry show his presentation first. So we had talked about probability of collision some years ago, and it didn't get any traction stuff. We were still working on the WPTS rule, and that was the priority. So the last time I kind of proposed that maybe it was time, now that we had kind of put that to bed and we're working through the issues of implementation through all the different companies, that we should maybe revisit probability of collision. And so that's what we're doing here. But here's some of the slides. So the key is, I would suggest go look at Jerry's paper, and because I have the feeling it's going to be the core of what we eventually produce here. It may be the end case. Maybe it's all done, but we're trying to do a survey across the literature and across what companies are doing, because probability collision, it was shown earlier with John's, you know, everybody talks probability, but are you talking about direct hit? Are you talking about the other side? You know, we have to get a common language that we're talking about the same thing, and that's part of what we expect to create here. Jerry explains this here. Here's a revised formula that I think in the paper he said is this. It's not correct. This is the correct one. It's just a movement of the square root of 2. So when you read the paper, look at the slide too to get the corrected equation. Jerry backs the method up with Monte Carlo simulation, and he's just showing here his methodology of doing that. And in addition, that's not in the paper, I don't think, is he's made a Monte Carlo simulator now, or he started off with an Excel spreadsheet, but I think he has something more robust now. But this just shows how this is similar to the plot John showed, that you can see that these are the test well cases we posted, and where the wells get close, you start to see the probabilities increase, especially when you're real close. You see it kick up here. So, you know, it's a validation of the method. And here's his separate simulator. And here he was showing probabilities. It's doing both the direct hit and the other side at the same time. So this is a pretty nice plot to see how that works. This was really useful, because prior to the meeting, I had done the culling, and I sent out to everybody a list of all the papers that have been written that kind of had probability of collision as their main topic. And they've all got equations, but there's always qualifiers that says, you know, this is the equation we're using in this instance, certain situations. And Jerry came up with pretty much the same list. We have some newer ones in here that are on here, but this is these are the kind of things we're trying to separate. You know, is it one-sided, two-sided? What kind of ellipse are you using? And the other thing is, what kind of a probability distribution are you using? And he's even added some comments on pros and cons. So I think we're going to work through that some more. And here is this is interesting, between his simulator, which is the Monte Carlo, versus his simplified, because if you notice the title, it was probability made easy. And this is just the comparisons. And so there's pretty good agreement across there. He added some issues in looking at kind of in the same manner the pedal curve problem. So we discussed that. And this angular approach for the pedal curve. So then we went into just a discussion on all of this. So the original product of the Collision Avoidance Committee was this document here. This is the exact title: Collision Avoidance Calculations, Current Common Practice. First thing we did is took a survey of what everybody was doing for collision avoidance across the industry, because this was a brand new committee, and you should go get that document off the website to remind yourself of where we started, what all the different flavors everybody was using. You know, do you put the, are you going to put your whole diameters, are you going to put in the numerator or the denominator? We saw everything. Eventually what came out of that was we took everything that was available, and then we made a suggestion, say, for this feature, here's what the committee suggests. And it's that eventually led to our common anti-collision rules, how to do things. And so I just put this in red, so I expect this will be the product of our continued discussions on probability of collision. Something very similar. You see, Jerry started it. We have our literature. We'll go through those and hopefully also give guidance on if there's any variation of that. Yes, this equation or this methodology may work better in different situations. This is just probability of collision. It's not risk. We've all discussed that. And that's what really came out was, I think on my next slide. The PC probably is just the likelihood of these risk matrices. And you have, everybody has some sort of, it's either a risk matrix or a bow tie or something. But the key was determine that severity. You know, without knowing what the consequences are, you can't really say what the risk is. So this probability of collision is just one piece. It's not the end all by any means, but it's our baby step towards that. So it can then be used for risk mitigation measures. And I think it was Mark that said, well, really what they probably want is probability of needing an exemption. That's what the well engineers want to know. They want to know, well, is this good or bad? You know, should I already start the exemption process now in planning and just expect the worst to happen and be prepared? So it's an insufficient tool. And I just gave examples of these different matrices. And this is ongoing work. We're always trying to update these bibliographies. There's new literature always added. We haven't published or finalized we wanted a standardized, which is along the lines of what Hans said, standardizing reports. And we've already defined what columns should be in a collision avoidance analysis scan and what kind of header items. We haven't had any traction on that, so maybe we're done. I think we'll distribute that again and see if we get any more feedback, and if everyone's happy, we'll publish it. We had written a note with the Air Model Committee on proper sidetrack handling, how to compute the EOUs for sidetrack between the mother bore and even offset bores. But we haven't put out any diagnostics files for people to test. You know, if they've gone and implemented it, they don't have anything to compare to. So we need to do that. We're really working on updating these benchmarks of all those test wells, especially for Rev 5. We want people to implement Rev 5, but they don't necessarily have anything to, you know, a baseline to compare to. So we're way behind on that, and we're trying to update that. And that's this part here. I think that's it. No questions.
Thank you for that, Dan. And the last presentation before coffee, it's Harold Bolt.
Okay, well, it's nice to be here, and I'd like to start off by saying thank you very much to Andy. He's helped tremendously in coming up with the comparative information for the comparison with 3D waypoint. 3D waypoint is a calculation method that allows position to be determined as well as positional uncertainty. And this is now being compared to the minimum curvature method of position determination and the ISCWSA revision 5 method for coming up with uncertainties. Now, there are a lot of assumptions in here, and all of the assumptions, you can stick your hand up and say it's wrong, that's fine. But the assumptions are there simply to make it easy to understand and allow the model to be discussed. If I press the right button. No, that's the wrong. Right. Well, that's me with all that stuff. This is what I'm going to talk about. So basically, without balanced depth accuracy improvement, there is no improvement in. There's a limit to the improvements you can make in inclination and azimuth accuracy. So we spend a lot of our time talking about inclination and azimuth. As we've discussed, not a lot of the time is spent talking about depth. Well, there's a limit to how good you can get with your inclination and azimuth, because at a given point in time, the depth just becomes overwhelming in its uncertainty. 3D waypoint, which the system we're going to look at, provides a balanced approach to subsurface position and 3D positional uncertainty. There are small differences. They're very small in positional results, and we'll look at them and find out where those differences came from. But there are big gains to be made in the uncertainty in particular. So, look, I put the disclaimer up, but the bit here is important. This is opinion. This is a discussion. All I'm doing is throwing a ball in the air and saying, hey, can we do it differently? Yeah, I'm not criticizing. I'm not saying something's right, something's wrong. I'm saying, look, here's an alternative way of doing the whole 9 yards. So this is the problem. This is what I call the milking chair principle. Hands up, who's ever sat on a milking chair? All of us. And who's ever sat on a milking chair with one short leg? Well, you know the result. This is the issue that we have. Yeah. If we don't have all three in balance, we can't do the effective computation that we're meant to be doing. We just can't do it. It doesn't make sense. So that's something that I'd really like you to bear in mind. And if you go away from this off to the coffee break without having fallen asleep first, I hope you're dreaming about this. So the flavors of well depth. This is measured depth. And I've talked about this before here at the ISCWSA, and people did fall asleep. So here's a long hole depth. And the difference between measured depth and a long hole depth is basically that measured depth, as we know it, is not an ISO measurement. Sorry, it's not. A long hole depth is a value coming from a calibrated measurement with a correction and a bespoke associated uncertainty. That makes it a long hole depth. And that long hole depth is created with a specific rig state. Measured depth. Anyone here has told you, we'll give you the measured depth while we're rotating and come back in 10 minutes when we're sliding and we'll give you another depth? No, it doesn't happen. We're just told them that's what the measured depth is. Yeah? So this rig specific is really important. Now, Benny wrote a really good paper on the effect of rig state on bit position. Yeah? I urge you to look at that, and it'll wake you up to the order of magnitude that we're talking about. Now, the way we approach it is we put waypoints along the wellbore. And these waypoints are geological positions. They can be a formation top, it can be a gamma ray inflex, it can be a change of well direction, but any specific thing along the wellbore that's absolutely fixed in space. It's fixed in space. It's not going anywhere. We can move our well wherever we want. The formation doesn't move. Yeah? And these waypoints are the places along the wellbore that transit these specific points. Now, these waypoints are really important because what we're going to do is between each waypoint, we're going to draw a straight line. And that straight line we're going to use to sequentially calculate the position of the well. And you say, oh dear, well, you know, yeah, but what about the curvature? And oh, what about the tortuosity? And oh, what about this? And what about that? Fine, yeah. Let's see what the results look like. And then we'll see how badly off that we are. So there are 4 example wells. These 4 wells I've come up with a company in the Middle East who helped me to create these. And these are 4 typical well profiles for them. They're idealized and they're only for the sake of discussion. But all of them have the same 5,000 meter well depth. Yeah? So it's 5,000 meters going straight down, 5,000 meters going off at a deviation, 5,000 meters by going around the corner and going horizontal, and 5,000 meters with a bit of a corkscrew and going in places you don't want it to be. Yeah? All of them are 5,000 meters. So here's the vertical well. You can see the vertical well here. And here are the data points. Remember we talked about the waypoints, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so forth. And these are the piped Halley depths. And here you can see the inclination. It's almost vertical. Not you know, depending what you call vertical. And here we have the azimuth data. Yeah. Now I'm not going to talk about if the data is corrected or if it's this or it's that. This is the data that we have to use. This is what it is. Yeah. So this is the input to our positional information. And our positional information is shown here from the minimum curvature calculation. Yeah. That seems pretty straightforward. Yeah. So we go ahead and we apply, you know, and I just have to note the scale here is pretty, you know, wide open. You know, it's not a great deal of deviation that we're talking about here. Yeah, so it's only a few meters from a ZDP. But when we go ahead and look at that in terms of the 3D waypoint calculation, we actually see some differences. You say, how can it be so different? You know, we've taken exactly the same points, plugged them in, and we have differences. And even stronger, look at what happens here when you consider the well going down in a kind of corkscrew. The 3D waypoint shows the positions quite differently to that of minimum curvature. Well, everyone says 3D waypoint must be wrong. Aha, watch this. This here describes the well angle, the red one. And remember, it was 1 degree and went to 0 and back to 1. Well, that dashed line is what 3D waypoint is making of the well angle. And the gold one here in dashed is what 3D waypoint is making of the azimuth. So you can see it coming up through north and going back round again. Yeah? But look at what minimum curvature does to the data that we're given. It produces these funny loops in the inclination actually being used. Now that comes from the way that minimum waypoint works and the curvature that is assumed given to two positional angles. Again, there's nothing right, there's nothing wrong, but these are differences. So the most important difference, I think, comes here, where we go through north. Here, 3D waypoint goes through 360, returns to 0, and goes up again. Minimum curvature lops this off, goes down to 0, and then goes up, and then goes over here. I'm sorry, goes down, along, and up. So there are differences here in the inclination as well as in the azimuth. And these differences look like this. There's the difference in the azimuth, and there are the differences in the inclination. And guess what? That results in these differences in north and east position. The vertical position is different because measured depth is not corrected. A long hole depth is corrected. And this vertical difference here in a vertical well is exactly the difference of measured depth to a long hole depth, which is then corrected. Yeah? So that gives you a bit of an idea as to where we are with this. So the 3D positional uncertainties are now looking like this. The solid lines here are the vertical, the north, and the east. ISCWSA, and then the 3D waypoint using 500-meter intervals and using 33-meter intervals. Now, the ISCWSA model is based on a 30-meter interval. I've used the 33-meter because it just divides up nicely in my Excel spreadsheet. I've used the 500 here because this is the original data without any interpolation at all. But you can see here already, even using 500-meter spacing, the uncertainty is manageable. But certainly when you go down to 33-meter spacing using the DWPD model, the uncertainties are very respectable indeed. Yeah, and that's in a vertical well. Let's look at the deviated well. Here are the numbers for the pipe depth and the deviation and the azimuth. You can see here an idea of it. And again, we go and look at the differences. It looks like really small differences here, very small differences in the azimuth. But look at what happens when you expand that up. This is what this actually looks like. Now, I guess you never expected that. You wouldn't expect the azimuth between two values to be different. But they are different. Minimum curvature is doing something different than what we expect it to do versus a 3D waypoint that assumes a linear transition from one value to the other. So this is what the positional difference looks like. And now what's starting to kick in here is also the difference of the vertical, of the long hole depth being now translated into the vertical and into the north and the east positions. So that's now starting to play a role. And when we look at the uncertainties, we start to see some completely different models coming into play. The uncertainty of the ISCWSA kind of behaves itself here, but the uncertainty of the 3D waypoint is already quite a bit lower. Certainly when it goes over into the north direction, the uncertainty is considerably lower. And here it's amazingly lower. And again, I reiterate, it's not to say one's right and one's wrong. It's just a question of which sheet of paper you're going to take with your pencil and your slide rule to figure what out. Yeah? When we look at the horizontal well, here you see some pipe lengths, you see the deviation going to 90 degrees, you see the azimuth turning around to 85 degrees. And here we see, again, what looks like very small differences, but when we expand them up, that's what they look like. And sure enough, that's going to come out directly in positional differences. And that's what the positional differences look like. You'll notice here that it takes a completely different track because now the well has gone horizontal and the long hole depth difference is now becoming a difference in the direction of the well. Yeah, and that's affecting basically where everything thinks that it is. So it's not just a shift, but it's a real wiggle of the well into a different position. And the uncertainties then also go mad. Again, with 3D waypoint, using the same interval spacing, we have a significantly lower uncertainty. Here, a much significantly lower uncertainty, and again, a lower uncertainty. And again, the reason for this lower uncertainty is because we're using fixed points that we're referencing. We're putting additional data into our calculations. We're using the formations that we're actually bypassing through as references. And those references are now telling us this is where you are in space. And so the next formation we go through is going back to that formation that we've already now identified. So an S-profile well looks like this with all kinds of varying angles going in all directions. So it's exactly the kind of well you really want to have. And these are the differences that you get. Here it becomes, quite significant what minimum curvature is making of the transition of the inclination and the azimuth from one angle to another. And it looks like this here, and these are getting into pretty big numbers. If you had a section of the well that was out by 6 degrees, you'd want to stick your finger in the air and say, "Excuse me." And this is what happens then, bang, in the positional differences. Yeah. So then we have then the uncertainties, and again you see the same pattern being repeated. Yeah. Now you'll notice here there's a section here where the 3D waypoint uncertainties start a little bit higher than the ISCWSA. That's because in 3D waypoint we already assume a given uncertainty right there at the rig floor. Right there at the rig floor, before you've run 1 inch in a hole. We're taking into account the positional uncertainty of where the rig floor is. We're taking into the account of the positional uncertainty of the heave. We're taking into account the variation in the traveling block height accuracy. All of these things are a fixed inaccuracy in whatever we're doing, irrespective of what depth that we're at. And that's why you see these slight offsets here in the north and the east and in the vertical uncertainties. So what does that mean? Well, yeah, which result do you believe? This is the way you do it. You log it to measure depth. And this is the one that you do reference to gamma ray. The only difference is the uncertainty here is 2 feet versus 12 feet. Which one do you want? Yeah, it's not a difficult choice. And to say that this is an enormous investment in time and effort to get it from 12 foot to 2 foot, not at all. All we've done is gone ahead and put, half a dozen or a dozen waypoints while we're pulling out a hole. That's it. Yeah. This is what happens when we do our measured depth evaluation of the different geologies using different well types. Yeah. Again, the vertical, the deviated, the horizontal, and the S shape. And we come up with different levels depending upon essentially which geometry well that we've used. Yeah. This is what we see. And what do we do to solve it, guys? We'll put a fault in between. That sorts it. Yeah? Well, I say, why don't you get the depth right? You get the depth right. You put the uncertainty to where you want it to be. If you say you want the uncertainty to be within 3 meters, then you have to have the measurement accuracies in place in order to achieve that. So in other words, the operator saying we want within 3 meters means for the service company, oh dear, we have to get our special golden tool, which is the one that will give us these accuracies. So we're going into it from a market-driven perspective. We're going in from a requirements perspective. Yeah? We're going from this to this. This is what we're looking at. And these are real sizes. This here is the size of a pine tree. A pine tree is how big? Well, I'm not talking about the Christmas one inside your, yeah? But look at what happens when you go from the size of a full-blown pine tree over to a bloke sitting on a stone having his lunch. That's the difference in the uncertainty. And that difference in uncertainty is this difference in P10 to P90 pay. So these are the takeaways. 3D results are essentially the same as the minimum curvature results, given that you understand the difference of how the minimum curvature works when it comes to changing directions. The differences are also explained by a long hole depth and measured depth. Yeah? So well depth based on a long hole depth is a key accuracy component. If you don't do anything about it, then all the improvements you make in inclination and accuracy reach a limit. And I would suggest we're way beyond that limit. So 3D waypoint provides a balanced approach to uncertainty, and the results come out directly in delta north, delta east, and delta vertical. You'll notice I didn't speak once about ellipse of uncertainty. I didn't speak about it. I spoke directly about the uncertainties of the position. So there's no conversions. It's straight out to what the geologist can understand. Okay, and then 3D positional uncertainties are lower than the ISCWSA calculations. And operators should state up front what they want their uncertainties to be. And that's the key point. If the operators do that, all of the rest just follows. That's it. Thank you.
Any questions for Hall before going? Have you ever looked at those vertical sections and using radius of curvature instead?
Yeah, that's another method which is possible. It can be done. It's just another calculation method. Yeah. Now it won't affect. No, it won't affect the uncertainty outcome, but it will marginally affect the positional outcome. Yeah.
Seems to be looking for a balance, uncertainty, and we still don't understand that. And the uncertainty in the accelerometers, the depth, and the sensors that we use to measure azimuth is completely independent. So to expect to have a balance and certainty on the position seems unreasonable. Because you can make the accelerometer still much better, and your high side uncertainty gets smaller. And there is no relationship with the accuracy to the magnetometer or gyro that you may use to measure your azimuth and therefore your lateral.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And the answer to that is, if I can be blunt, I don't care. Why? Because I'm dealing with inclination data, I'm dealing with azimuth data. I didn't talk about what tool was used to supply the inclination. I didn't talk about which service supplier came up with the azimuth. I came up with the result that the operator uses. And that operator uses well depth, he uses inclination, and he uses azimuth. And all three of them have their accuracies. And that's what it comes down to. After all of the mathematics that we need to convert magnetometer and all these things into uncertainties, which are actually accuracies, these accuracies are what we then use to create the uncertainties that are used in 3D waypoint. I'm sorry?
It seems that you ignore that here.
Yeah, I've got so much time to talk about it. But that's a fair point, yes.
Okay, I think we better close the coffee. We'd like to hear what before.
Thank you.
mentioned a few times. Just as a requirement that's been exhuming itself because a lot of effort was put into various data exchange formats, and lately P717, and there's a lot of talk about OSDU as a format. Some of you historically have been using our old database interchange format called EDM XML, and they've got some of these previous ones. And we're, well, myself, representative of a particular piece of software. Just go into the bio, which is very short. I've been with Halliburton Landmark for 30 years. I'm kind of the purveyor, writer, product manager for a piece of software whose name should not be mentioned, but has been mentioned several times. But it's really what I call the elephant in the room. If we don't really adopt this standard or a standard interchange, no one will. Well, I'm being a bit arrogant there, but so really problem, we're being pressured to exchange data in a format compatible and to talk to different software systems. And actually at this stage, it's mostly planning data, but there is a requirement, as mentioned previously, for reporting definitive survey data with QA parameters and things like that. One of my goals at the moment is to move this format into the planning area, trajectory planning. Also would like to add, based on the discussion to this format, QA parameters for surveys. Having looked around at what available formats and the current state of definition, P717, there's been a lot of work going on with P717. It's obviously the best, or in my opinion, the best defined format. And it actually does encompass most of what we require for sharing planning data. It's just not been adopted. I call my system not adopted by the elephant system, being the elephant in the room. I tried to work with OSDU, try and figure out where things are. They've got a trajectory object, wellheader objects, things like that, and they do map quite well to some of the fields in P717. But OSDU is something bigger. It's, you know, it's transmission, data storage, a lot of admin in there. And it does work out that you can use the two together, and we can have a mapping between OSDU and P717. But because I'm, at the end of the day, trying to do this piece of programming so that we can interchange on this format, my preference is a P717 format. And if you look in the documentation for the trajectory object, they actually do highlight that you can use these different formats as almost the log data transfer within OSDU. So I thought, yeah, I can deal with that. You know, so rather than I'll leave the data managers in my organization to figure out OSDU, I can just do the P717 bit and they can map into that. So I'm thinking maybe it's more of a transfer and storage format rather than the content. And I look sometime in the future between a transfer format between 717 and OSDU. So I did a comparison. I won't go into too much detail, but I find P717 readability and verbosity. I mean, in some areas it's quite heavy to do with error models and geodesy CRS stuff. You don't have to fill all those out so long as you've got the right references. But the trajectory and the header data, which is quite important, well location and on particularly traceability when you're trying to transfer the data, it's pretty well set up. I said no on to survey program, but I mind a bit more detail. And I did find how you can define a survey program for a plan, so that over a certain interval you use one instrument and over another instrument you use another interval, another instrument, and so on. So, and you can use position objects for targets and so on, but it does lack the shape information if you wanted to have a geometric shape with your target and so on. Again, we might suggest that if it's a little bit further in the header objects to add shape information to targets. So I'll go back to the original slide, really. Sorry, I forgot to mention the purpose of my talk, really. I'm looking for working partners with the other software vendors. Yeah, lots of hands went up. Great, I'm on board. Yeah, please. And we will start working on these. I'm trying to do it in a year, so maybe in the meeting that we have in a year's time, we'll actually be able to move data backwards and forwards and iron out our differences, because there always will be differences. So I'll corral you later on. So that's the comparison. P717 is good. Some companies have made some progress in that area. At the moment, I'm just trying to migrate from P72000 to P717 in my export formats. So it's a work in progress, but I want a working group to help us make this thing work. So exploring it for plan trajectories, because we're getting pressure from a couple of operators to transfer plan data between the big blue companies, little web software, big web software, and our software. And it's mostly to do with planning data, but I'd like to be able to actually take a plan in the format that they can actually edit in both systems. That is, deciphering which bits are certain plan methods and so on. So we have our own internal codification, which goes with the plan line as to which particular plan method goes with it. It's obviously our own numerical format. It's definitely not standard, but it may not necessarily be needed, and I'll go through the reasoning behind that. Targets, I think you can do that through position objects. Survey program, I think you can do that in 717 in the header information. So it seems a bit old-fashioned because it's all comma separated, but it seems to work. The old P72000 was a fixed width, but within each column set of data, there'll be header data defining which columns they are and which units and so on. And we've got position objects, stations. Within the stations, we can also add in things like dogleg severity, tool face, if they're part of your plan method. And then in the survey definitions, you can actually have multiple ones there to define intervals of a particular instrument that you normally have in planning. So just as a background to this, and working with the algorithms and being able to transfer plan trajectory methods, I did a bit of research into what people have been putting into our software, and I get access to hundreds of thousands of wells and a lot of definitive plans, and found as a result that there's a lot of obscure plan methods that we support, but they're actually hardly used. But things like radius of curvature or build term calculations, constant tool face, online to target. But most of the plan methods, I'd say about 99% are within the scope of what we call minimum curvature type plan curves or plan sections and so on. So that's pretty good, because once you can import that, then you can generally back calculate what the plan to the target calculation. But it do require, as in the transfer format, to know which lines, either in the interpolated or what we call the turn points, or Schlumberger calls them the knots, are assigned to targets. And then we can actually back calculate the 3D method that got there. that kind of thing. So this is a list of the kind of, I guess, about 50 odd plan methods that we support in Compass, and then there are some composite plan methods. But I just did a query as to which ones were used most often. So it's got a number, and our old friend, probably one of the most popular, and it's showing up about 8,000 of about so many plan method, is what we call optimum align, which is other people call 3DS. It's almost like a universal way from getting from there to there and a target. So people do use that a lot. And everybody's, well, anybody's software that's worth its salt supports that method. And there's some backwards methods, some other methods. But I won't go into detail on that, but it's just a conclusion that we're using mostly 3D minimum curvature, so we can stick to that as an interchange. And then I just looked at doing some pattern matching as to which combinations of methods are used frequently. So this is optimum align, again, you call that 3DS. There's the hold, turn to target without any angle constraint to the target, curve hold, so that's used quite a lot. Then this particular plan method where I call it S plus J, it's the one you use for unconventional wells from a pad to heel and toe targets, and it decides the azimuth angle to kick off so that you're already lined up with the target when you do your final build. So that's pretty popular. And then good old optimum align and its various combinations for 3D planning. So we can take an input of a set of either interpolated plan points, and then if we know the targets, we can back calculate which basic 3D plan method got there. So, and we're willing to share that. It's not exactly sophisticated. Some of you already do it. But it does mean that we can exchange plans so that you can go into the plan editor spreadsheet or whatever tool you do and change dogleg severity, and it's already connected up to the targets and so on. And that's really the end of it. I'll just, you guys already put your hands up, and I'm just looking for people to work with as a working group over the next year to exchange this data. And based on some of the previous questions and answers, it solves some other problems to do with the sharing directional survey data, archiving data so that you've got a lot, and the relevant metadata like the geodesy and the declination angle correction and so on, and all those bits and pieces that you need as backup data for surveys, so that we can store these and it forms a common survey data, and including the QA information. And P717 also lets you input row data for raw surveys like 6-axis magnetometers and gyro raw data readings and so on. So yeah, I'm trying to sell it, and I'm feeling guilty because I haven't done much so far and everybody's been prodding me. So over the next year, let's make it work. That's it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that Jerry actually reached out to me the other day, which I really appreciated. And we worked on the P717 last year, I think, and implemented our export. And our first thought was that we should be using this for exchange as well. So I really appreciate you getting this going, and obviously not doing this hard and enthusiastic about it. So
Good.
I'm really enthusiastic about it.
Thank you, Carol.
Yeah, I would like to just basically say the same, but a comment about the OSDU. You can actually use the OSDU to store data objects. So your P717 report could actually be uploaded to OSDU, and that becomes a repository with metadata that tells you what well that is all referenced to, and then the data which you can then upload, and you get the reports. The reports the storage of the data. And the OSDU manages that storage and provides the metadata so that you can search for it.
Within the
Yeah, so you
P717,
actually have to
yeah,
store
cross-reference.
P717 report.
Yeah.
In OSDU, you store the report instead.
Yeah, no, that's useful. That's really useful. Kevin?
Kyle?
Sorry.
Yeah, you pick Kevin. Go for it.
No, it's okay.
Alright, so Chevron, we've been working with some of the other operators in the US about defining what the standard tables and templates need to be inside OSDU for the Wellbore position system of record for the transfer. Because some of the things that you mentioned there, inside compass and also inside drill plan, are not listed in the actual OSDU tables at the moment. So part of our digital team thinks we're going to Edinburgh this month, and they're actually trying to define what the tables and records need to be inside OSDU so that everything will be captured so that you can have the Wellbore position system of record actually inside ESDU for the data transfer between all of the different companies. So we're already starting to work on that. So
yeah, I mean, Chevron and Exxon were the two companies asking for the transfer of the planned data between our systems, and they said, "Oh, what can you do within OSDU?" And it was kind of a mixture between OSDU and P717. And if we can map those fields from P717 in, I don't think there's, the thing is the trajectory object. It currently in OSDU is just MD and CASI. It doesn't really contain a lot of the other information, unless whereas P7 has lots.
OSDU has quite a lot of the data.
Yeah.
So, we're just making sure that it's defined so that we can have the nomenclature from the companies, the software you say not the name, and then also drill plan.
Yeah.
We've highlighted both of them, and actually what we'd like to see inside OSDU. So we're taking that to the OSDU conference to actually find it in the table right now.
Right. Thanks,
I'd
Kevin.
like to remind people, there are other pieces of software out there that lots of people use.
I know.
And I'm not just talking about mine either. There's others.
Quick question, Gary. Do you have
Sorry, there's a gentleman in the back. Sorry, Benny. I know you.
IPM data transfer.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a fundamental difference, because I use almost an older version, the IPM format, which is a bit different to how things are defined in ISCWSA documents. And I guess you're a bit more aligned with the ISCWSA documents in terms of how the data model, but I did mine about 5 years before that came out.
With divergences, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, so we have to figure out a crossover between IPM and the definition for ISCWSA.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm willing to work with you on that, but that's going to be a bit of a tough ride for me.
It's a tough ride. I mean, the issue is that the gross errors that are generated by, and it's a hot topic, I'm sorry, but the gross errors that are generated by mapping between the systems are significant.
Yeah.
And you have to create a map before you can do the data transfer.
I guess what we're trying to have on that is.
Hold on, guys.
I think the conversation is great, but I think we could finish it here in the room because I see lots of hands going up. And to get have it outside once we're done, if that's okay. Yeah. But I think it's an important piece of work. Hans?
Thanks, Jerry.
Sorry.
Okay. Have we sent it out? I'm not sure we have.
All right, so I've promised to stand in for Mohammed El-Shabawi, who's taking over from Jonathan Lightfoot in what used to be called the Operators Wellbore Survey Group. They want to change it to Operational Wellbore Survey Group. The only reason that happened on the website is because they were using the links. But one of the reasons for changing the name to Operational Wellbore Survey Group is really to show it's open to anyone who has anything to do with the operational aspects of wellbore surveying. So that's also the service companies and I guess even users. So it's to show that it's more open. I'd also like to point out that this is one of, as far as I know, one of the most active and open groups. So they have bi-monthly meetings online where people can join in and where they try to put the timing such that you can come in at any time. The mission is to promote the practices very much that give confidence in our wellbore reporting, or that the positions are where do we say they are with uncertainty that we associate with them. So just to back up what I was saying, it really is bi-monthly meetings. The next meeting is planned here for May 21st. Jonathan has been very active, so that's the previous chairman has been very active on API, and he gives the status updates, which is AP 78 it is progressing, but not as fast as we want. And here's the hope, what we hope is going to happen. So they're hoping to have a ballot ready this year. Let's see what happens. It's been a long way coming. So this is what, so the draft status is there. You're saying the expectation to have the document ready by May, and then so let's see Q2. Let's see. It says Q2, but then before then there's July or sooner. But let's see. As I was saying, this is really to get participate. Anyone is invited to join in. There's Mohammed's email is there if you want to join the meeting. Joining the meeting could also, if you have suggestions for what you want to present. As I see it, it's very much like this forum. It's open for discussion. It's open for throwing out ideas, questions, to get things moving. How many people in the room has actually ever participated or online? So there's a few. But it really is, I would encourage you to sign up, dial in. And again, as I said earlier, try and, if anyone knows people from the far east Africa, to spread the word and encourage them to try and dial in. Any questions? We'll go on. And I don't think we have. The next point is just updates to the Constitution. So we've updated I don't know how many of you have seen the Constitution, which is on the webpage. You can have a look at it, it's there. We updated it mainly to try and define who is eligible to be elected for the board, to have some restriction so that it's actually for people who have been active here, who have been showing up for at least a few meetings, who are known to the group, so that we don't have someone potentially showing up for the first time ever and then joining the board straight away. It was to hope that it is someone who has some more knowledge about how the group works. Also try to describe in a little bit more detail what the directors at large do. And then we also, in hope of having continuity, added the emeritus chairman, where Adrian Lagos is the first. So the outgoing chair becomes a member of the board for the next 2 years to kind of make sure we have continuity and to carry on with advice. So the idea is to send out a copy. I don't know if we already have or if it's on the webpage. We send it out highlighting a few changes and then hopefully vote on it next time. Any comments?
Will that go to a vote before we publish it, or will we decide by the board?
My intention was for it to go for a vote at the next meeting.
you should have received a copy of it. It'll come in like a WPTS, it looks like the newsletters. So it's attached to that email.
Briefly, just highlighting what's been changed. The idea is that we will vote on it on the 16th meeting. Carol?
I was going to say, I believe the SPP rules is not required us to do a in-person vote. We can do an online vote if we prefer. Just up to just let it know. I do that as well. You don't have to say it.
But you can make me number.
Yes. But it's not restricted by company. Yeah, the Constitution will be by
All right. Any other comments, questions, suggestions? No?
I'm going to keep you in mind, but we've got to get the time back and Robert's going to give us a very quick update on the Treasurer's report.
Do I need the microphone? Many years of standing on terraces and Scottish football grounds has given me quite a loud voice, to the dismay of a lot of referees. So, as he said, keep it quiet, keep it short. First of all, I'd like to thank Superior QC for a great networking reception last night. Big round of applause for them, please. Now, other companies should be embarrassed because that's the second year in a row, the second meeting in a row they've done it. So somebody else should be stepping up here and taking over their place. So to save time, I've not got any slides and no fine details of the numbers. The annual report to the SPE is due the 1st of June, and that's where I'll put my focus, and that'll be done at the next meeting here. This meeting here, we had 82 registered, and fees were close to about $11,000. The hotel costs were close to about $10,500, so we're pretty close to break even this time, which is good. At the last meeting, our bank balance, I think I reported about $139,000, but we still had liabilities to pay off. Since then, we've purchased the OWL camera system, which has allowed us for more remote participation in the meetings, as you particularly saw yesterday morning. Including the liabilities we have still outgoing, which is finishing up the Intercept ebook update, the hotel, and the running of the course expenses, we should have around $125,000 going forward from here. Of this, I would expect some should be reserved for updates to the course, as we discussed yesterday in the Education Committee, and also the upcoming QC QA ebook, or maybe even a QA QC ebook after it's been edited. So basically, we're still in good shape. Any big questions? Great. Done. Oh.
Sorry. So was they waiting on a vote or board approval to get the final funding that you need to finish the ebook?
Nope. That he's got funding for the first 10,000, and he's asking for another 6,000. So the board will review that in due term here on that one. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert. So that brings us to the last presentation of the day, which is Mark Willerth on some work analysis of the Sigma PA term for collision avoidance.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. Thank you, Andy, for the introduction and also for collaborating with me on this work. This presentation is another one that was a paper written for Galveston. So this will be a little light on the details. There is a paper, though, that includes more if you want time to dive a little deeper. Luckily, I know we're coming up on the end of the day. I can rush through some of the history of this because this group will be intimately familiar. There have been major efforts done through the Collision Avoidance Subcommittee to try and provide recommended practices for how we should handle safe separation. So standardizing on error models with the OWSG, standardizing on, oh, that ran forward. standardizing on guidance management principles in the separation rule. But there's a couple gaps that remain. And in this paper, we hoped to address one gap that has particularly bothered several folks in this committee, and hopefully provide a way to do it better, and also some recommendations on what we have currently. So the separation rule, which has appeared in a number of presentations today, includes this little term here. So the numerator is a measure of separation of the wells, the distance between them, and then some corrections for hole size and a surface margin. And the denominator has this uncertainty for surveys, and then an uncertainty for projecting ahead. Because this is the conundrum of collision avoidance, is that you get an ellipse of uncertainty for surveys you've taken, but you have to scan on surveys you haven't taken. Because if you already have your survey, you're doing collision detection, not collision avoidance. So in addition to, it's got a mind of its own. Yeah, it's, so the idea that you're going to be running your collision avoidance scan on something you haven't drilled, you have the uncertainty of the surveys, but you also have the fact that you don't know what those surveys are going to be. And in the publications, there were caveats around, you know, hey, there's a lot of factors that can influence how well you can drill a well plan. You should do appropriate engineering analysis, but because we needed a rule, we picked a number, and that number was from some back of the envelope calculations. It seemed reasonable. And because it's a strict penalty on separation factor, everyone else is pretty willing to go along with it. And we said that it should be half a meter. So half a meter is our default uncertainty for projecting ahead. And an interesting thing about that is if you look at the statement in terms of what goes into what should contribute to this projection uncertainty, and you consider some of the recommendations that are coming out in API RP 78, we are producing an implied specification for how well you drill a well. So how well do you know your motor? How far are you going to go between surveys? All of those variables that go into the projection uncertainty are implied based on the distance you allow someone to drill, the dog leg they're expected to drill, and the separation factor. So if we wanted a better number than just half a meter, what should we do? So we started with the idea of modeling a very simple scenario where imagine you have a straight well plan. You start drilling, and at some point, you realize you've deviated. Let's say your assembly is curving at 1 degree per 100 feet. And so at your survey, you're a little bit under a foot off the plan. But of course, that's not all you've deviated, because you have to project to your bit. And when you project to your bit, you realize that you're actually probably going to be about 2 feet off the plan, assuming you continue building. And even more of a problem, there is no way to proceed without deviating further from plan. So by the time you actually get realigned with your plan, again, there's some assumptions that are baked into this with the paper, but you're going to be 2.5 feet off the plan in this simple scenario. You're trying to rotary drill, you deviate, and you come back. If you believe that that is a reasonable model, I hope you'll trust me that we can take that scenario we just looked at and curve it around an arbitrary minimum curvature arc, which is the basic unit of well planning. And given a set of definable parameters, we can compute positional differentials that say, for the expected curvature you have, the actual curvature you're going to get, how aggressively you're willing to recover, what is an upper bound on the deviation you will actually drill from your well plan, and then estimate. Sorry, it's still going crazy, but I don't know. Let's take off the plug. But either way, so the idea is that you can put an upper bound on what this uncertainty should be based on parameters you can define. We also looked at what happens if you have an incorrect tool face and have to recover from that as well. It turns out this is less of a concern except for special scenarios, which we discuss in the paper, primarily short, shallow kickoffs. But we end up with these equations that, again, have terms that are at least known or definable for a drilling engineer or a well planner going into the well. How aggressively are you going to build? What is your bit to sensor offset? And it allows you to say, if I know certain parameters of my drilling program, some of which I have control over, mind you, I can actually put a bound on how far I might deviate and then model what is a reasonable uncertainty for projections. So we took this model and we compared it to the API RP78 and common drilling practices for, in this case, we were looking at unconventional motor drilling in North America and some other common drilling scenarios to see, is our guidance congruent with the 0.5 meter number? And so, because again, if we're expected to stay within, 3.5 sigma times 0.5 meter of the well plan, what does that mean in terms of how much we can deviate, how confident we can be in our assemblies? And it turns out that in many drilling scenarios, we're probably dramatically underestimating this projection uncertainty. The types of rotary tendencies we would see is, if we are planning on drilling straight, then you would never in your career observe a 3-degree dogleg. I'm willing to speculate a number of people in this room have seen a 3-degree dogleg when rotating a full stand. But we evaluate several scenarios. We look at how much uncertainty there is that would be within the guidance, on the borderline of the guidance, well in excess of the guidance for a straight drilling scenario and a higher dogleg scenario. And basically, we're not thrilled with how the guidance matches what we expect for projection uncertainty. But at the same time, we're actually not that worried about it because for most situations, the size of your projection uncertainty is very small relative to the size of your survey uncertainty, and this will not impact your separation factor in sort of a meaningful way. But as a drilling engineer, as someone who actually has to execute on a drilling program, there are some other implications beyond separation factor that we think are very important, because your job as a drilling engineer is not just to not have a collision. It's to safely deliver a well. It's to say, can I deliver this next section in a safe manner and achieve my directional objectives without having to get a dispensation, without having to get an exemption? And if you look at that problem, things get a little bit more interesting. Because we like to pretend, if you look at this equation, that projection uncertainty is like a survey uncertainty. It's this notion we have, it can accumulate, it grows slowly over time. But when you drill a well, your projection uncertainty, your next survey drops to 0, you know what it is, and it gets absorbed into your center-to-center difference, which means that it's a time bomb. And if you look at the impact of raising this projection uncertainty, when you compute your separation factor before drilling the next stand, it's not a big deal. When you drill the next stand and your center to center has changed by 6 or 8 or 10 feet, it can have a dramatic impact on your separation factor. So even though your well plan will pass, it will pass the separation rule that is set by someone in this room. So someone in this room is doing something that's going to make life hard for someone not in this room. But then when you actually drill it, there could be a very strong chance you violate that condition and have to get a dispensation. So here's an example where we looked at what happens if you increase your sigma PA from the recommended value. So the recommended value in feet is about 1.6. If you increase it up to by a factor of 4, and in a fairly common-ish separation scenario, your separation factor in planning changes from about a 1.08 or a 1.1 to a 1.05. But if you actually drill off plan in the amounts that are estimated by that projection uncertainty, when you actually are drilling on the day, your separation factor could rapidly drop to a 0.8 or a 0.6. And that's going to cause a problem. So we would propose, rather than doing anything to change the current separation rule for how you define separation factor, if you're going to model your projection uncertainty and try to use it in a meaningful fashion, you should use this metric, which is taking your allowable deviation from plan, the amount that you can drill off your plan, and compare that to the more accurately modeled version of your projection uncertainty, And that gives you the probability of having to get an exemption during drilling. So it literally tells you what is the likelihood you will successfully drill your section, not have to get an exemption, and so on. And we modeled this for the ISCWSA separation test scenarios. And an example here, test well 6, you can see, again, as we change sigma PA by a factor of 4, our separation factor goes from a 1.03 to a 1.02. For someone who's superficially looking at the risk report, that's not a real big difference. But the likelihood that when you actually drill it, when you drill off plan, you'll have to get an exemption, jumps from being, 0.006, a 1 in 160, 1 in 200 chance, to 25%. With a large projection uncertainty, there's a 1 in 4 chance that when you actually drill the well, you're going to cross a separation factor of 1, you're going to have a stop drilling condition, and you'll have to do something else. So that's our proposal. We don't think we need to change the separation rule to change the sigma PA we're using there, but we do think that better modeling of sigma PA can be a valuable thing for drilling engineers and well planners to create a more practically drillable plan, a way to safely execute more frequently. And again, we don't want to try to change things at the last minute when there's an API RP that is going into balloting hopefully this year. But we do hope that this sort of generalized model of projection uncertainty can be useful for folks who are looking at this problem. And we propose this additional metric of allowable deviation from plan divided by your projection uncertainty to be a practical risk for successful drilling. And with that, hopefully I haven't taken too much time. I know I'm between you and getting out of here in the bar, so I will open the floor to questions. I would be remiss to say that I exclusively am the one looking into it. It is a common topic in the error model and collision avoidance subcommittee meetings because a lot of the changes, particularly with revision 5 and with the new separation rule, surface margin and projection uncertainty, have an outsized impact there. In fact, when Darren was talking about Bill Allen's surface margin proposal, he was focused on pretty much the first 100 meters of all the wells he was drilling and driving conductors. And so, we're going back. So I can't say that I have a solution to it, just that I would say that this group and its subgroups who are doing work should explore it and provide special guidance for shallow kickoffs. In particular, for the analysis that we had done, there are a lot of cases when you're shallow doing your first steering operation that there's a lot of uncertainty in what directional performance you will get. Will you get yield from a motor? Will you have a scribe offset? What direction did you actually set your whipstock? And those can actually make some of these uncertainties. So for instance, in the tool face model, if you have tool face uncertainties of 45 degrees, you might actually have a significant projection uncertainty that you need to worry about. But generally, that large of an uncertainty in terms of steering direction and steering capacity is when it's a brand new assembly or coming off a whipstock or something like that. And so there might be special validation procedures you'd want to do in a close approach first steering operation where maybe you need to do extra confirmation of the direction. Maybe you take a check shot survey as early as possible. We don't have a specific solution because everyone's well is different. We just think it would be worth saying with guidance, that is a case you really want to make sure you study your specific thing rather than using our kind of generalized model. So the API RP78 that has the separation rule and some of these things that were in Darren's presentation, it's going through one last round of edits, and then I believe it's going to balloting hopefully this year. May, is that what you said, Hans? For Okay. End of Q2 is the hope for balloting. Yeah, yes, it is perennially going to be this year that it goes to balloting, but I think we're getting closer. So that's good. Any other questions? Hans?
Rather than say, what is that extra driller doing? My primitive way of doing it on the easy was, how do you make mistakes? Using what I had, and then just taking, saying, with this DHA, there's supposed to be able to get this much bill, and then say, okay, that will fix projection. What is the circle around that projection to my bill? Because that will tell me anywhere the DHA can go. But I don't know if there's any, right, because I don't want to project what the direction of should be going, because then if something goes wrong.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the North Sea, the probably not that consolidated as services, we don't always get, we're talking about what is it? Everyone else has what they were doing, so they find, the front manager said, yeah, send out a drilling, and then let it project. Okay. Yep. There's no guidance on how you should project.
So was this for me, or is that for the audience? Okay. Because I was going to say, one thing we were hoping to have a follow-up paper on this, where we actually describe how to go from this general idea of we can compute differentials to what does it look like in practice. If you have a motor assembly that you're trying to drill a curve with, what should you, like so for instance, you might have assumptions in terms of what you could observe in curvature relative to what you planned. Like, oh, we're planning for 6s. We might assume we have a Gaussian distribution that gets us somewhere between 10s and 4s or something. And what does that mean for uncertainties? What does that mean for risk? And so that's what we are hoping to help build out as a better tool. But in terms of what's done today, that I would also be interested in hearing that answer if someone else has thoughts of how they do projections or plan ahead and close approaches.
I would simply ask the room also, is anybody else involved in directional drilling automation, which then has to take of this?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody else do work in that kind of thing?
Here's your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're doing some of that, and we're starting to look at replanning and tying it into collision avoidance. It's all separate at the moment.
Yeah, it's another selfish reason for us where we would like to have the ability to say this path is riskier to drill from a direct geometric perspective than this one, or actually, again, showing a North American bias, vice versa. The standard drilling practice in many curves in North America is to get ahead of the plan and then slide more than you need to for plan, so then you're even more ahead of the plan. And so we're hoping if we can show folks that you still can successfully land a curve without having to get 50 feet ahead of the plan, that we'll start getting folks drilling curves as designed. Matt.
Back on Philly. So I have one question. I'm coming to this as an outsider for the whole RP78 conversation. I guess one question would be, based on the motivations behind that paper, you made a point about when you start putting some of these things together, and all of a sudden you're prescribing what well plans might be allowable. And it seems like you might have an overzealous regulatory body coming in and saying, you know what, on BLM land, we're going to call it RP78. And you might wind up doing things that are completely unnecessary.
Well, and so that's where to actually determine what well plans are allowable gets really far down the rabbit hole. The actual prescription in APRP 78 is that you should take surveys at a particular course length based off of your separation factor and based off your planned dogleg. It's just that when you put that in a broader context, that implies, okay, if I'm actually planning on an 8-degree curve, and if I'm actually going to have a 50-foot bit to sensor offset, what does that mean in terms of if we're actually going to follow the implications of the separation rule? And so that's where it's not to say any well plan is necessarily like there wouldn't be a banned well plan. It's just saying you would have to be more confident, either more confident in your bottom hole Simply's performance, or you would have to survey more frequently. So it turns out actually if you have a close bit to sensor offset and you survey frequently, it is actually pretty tough to drill far off plan, which isn't surprising to folks who've done it. It's just that we have historically had folks who really want to push it. Like, how far can I drill without a survey? Can we go 120 feet? Can we go further? If I miss a survey, do I have to go back and shoot it? And this can kind of help quantify the impact of some of those decisions, which there might be times, like there will probably often be times where you say, actually, I didn't need that survey. I'm not in a high risk scenario. It is okay. But when you need to make a decision in that critical proximity drilling operation, it'd be really nice to have a quantitative tool rather than the hunch or, well, what we've always done is, or the last guy did this, or the last lady. And so we're hoping to kind of make it a little more engineering and a little less artistic. Jay.
Add on to that, I mean, whenever you've got a plan based on the plan, you've added or drilling margin around the areas. This is just a quantitative way of getting the drilling margin, so if you've got a short section of mid distance and then you've got 30 foot rather than 90 foot, then you should actually need a smaller drilling margin.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can go ahead. Thank you.
That was the last presentation of the day. Just before I hand over to Hans for the closing remarks, a reminder that those are going on the distillery visit tomorrow, and we'll meet down here in the lobby, ready to leave at 10 prompt. 10 a.m. So downstairs about 10:02, so we're ready to
Cash
go.
or credit card?
Cash
or credit card?
Cash, please, if you can. We can work out other ways. I'll take just a bit of anything.
PayPal.
Right, Hans?
All right, I'd like to thank all the presenters. I'd like to thank all of you for attending, being proactive and interactive. We'll be sending out a survey, which you have the opportunity to answer anonymously, but please be honest with feedback and we'll try and improve the best. Otherwise, I believe that we will be having the 60th in New Orleans, connecting with the ATCE, so we hope to see you there. And unless you say otherwise, then there will be a vote on the Constitution. And hopefully you should have gotten, check that you got it in the emails that you should. All right. Thank you. And as always, encourage other people to sign up or to look up on the website. Thank you.